I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Penis.
I'm doing my part.
Hello, everyone. I hope they are all doing very well. I myself am still unable to best this headache of mine. I am slowly diagnosing myself, trying to figure out what's going on, because that is how things go. I'm not used to a system where you just go to the doctor for any tiny little thing, because usually you have to pay for it. And so that's why I hold off as long as possible until I can bring all of the information. I have tried turning it off and on again every single night. Every single night I close my eyes and I'm like, okay, tonight's the night. Anyway, I'll figure it out. I'm doing my part. I do like done at the starting soon screen, please. Please don't just wait for me to start talking so that you can all talk over top of me at once. That would be appreciated. But first things first, thank you so much for the resubs. Very much appreciated. It's good to see everyone. Oi! We talk tech? Definitely not. But I guess I'm appreciative that I give the impression that I look techie, because that's not how I feel. Hello, fellow humans. Yes, that's what these things are. Fellow humans. All my fellow humans. Human fellas. Why is this not working today? Excuse you. Please fix yourself.
I'm doing
well,
my
I
part.
guess the only time we talk tech is when the tech isn't working. Technically, we can't talk over you at once because the Redeem only plays one at a time. Yes, almost like that's how it should be, you know? Would you like to tell a joke which you recently told your friend, whether it's good, worst, or dad joke? I love dad jokes, personally. I told one recently on stream already, but I'll have to think of another one. Why did the chicken cross the road? Wait, I messed it up. Damn it. I just focused too hard on doing a chicken noise instead of the actual punchline. So I am not a comedian, if that wasn't obvious. Hi, Power. How you going? Hi, Com. Hi, Lord. Hi, Frankie. I saw people recommending remedies on the call. Don't know the exact problem, but you tried doing a guided body scan. Actually, okay. So the thing is, all of these things are very, very helpful on suggesting things that I could try, right? And am appreciative of it. But whenever I look them up, they cost hundreds of pounds. And I'm like, I could just live with chronic pain, you know. I could just do that. Yeah, I saw that on Twitch it was saying things are unstable, and I was like, well, story of my life, but everything on my end looks fine. So if it is buffering today, let me know, because it does seem like it is being a bit not very good on my end. So I'm happy to mess around if it needs messing around. You know, it took me until I was 21 until I realized the chicken crossing the road is an unaliving joke. Well, I have heard this thing as well, Lil Goth, and I am not convinced that it is. I feel like that is something I too have seen making the rounds, that is actually about the other side being not an unaliving joke, but rather about, well, I guess it is an unaliving joke, but the other side being a metaphor for like heaven and afterlife, etc. I don't think that that is what it was based in. I know that it can, but that's
I'm doing my part.
is it can have double meaning. It can have double meaning, but I am not convinced that it was created with the intention of having a double meaning. I could be wrong about that. Go to GP and get some tasty drugs. Yeah, so in the UK, I can go to the
I'm doing
GP
my
for
part.
anything. So that's why I think I will have to check that out. Good morning, Ian. But I thought I'll just start with trying to get some rest. Sounds a little French, not over here. I'm from New Zealand in answer to the question of where I am. Where I am from, I'm a New Zealander, but I don't have a New Zealand accent, just to make things nice and confusing. But I am living in the UK at the moment. What in the 360 credit score is this nonsense? I actually have no idea what that means, so I cannot tell you. Seems okay on my end, but that can change. Okay, sweet. So it seems okay on my end as well. I know we had some drop frames last stream. So I'm working on it. Just wants to get to the other side of the road. There's no deeper meaning. Exactly. I think that people can assign a second meaning to it, and there's nothing wrong with that. They're genuinely. But like I said, I don't think that it was intended with the second meaning.
51 months. Sheesh.
That is crazy. Thank you so much. Do the tribal dance. The tribal dance you are referring to is the haka, or a haka rather. And see, that is something that often a lot of guys do, at least the ones that you're familiar with. I choose not to do a haka on my stream. God bless you, userbot. I was totally wrong. Yeah, that's the thing, is my accent is a bit odd, so it comes as no surprise that people can't place it. But you're right, that I am living in the UK, and you've said it well. Is I have a very formal dialect, but that's not to do with me being born British or anything. That's how I talk. I did go to a very fancy school, so I often say that it's probably something to do with that, but I don't know. French? No. Know any fart jokes? Do you know what? I don't know any fart jokes. I don't know any fart jokes off the top of my head, but I tell you what, that if I had read the comment, know any fart jokes, and then just ripped one right there, I think that would have been pretty effective, if I do say so myself. However, I cannot do that on command. I've been to New Zealand. Hey, and you went to an All Blacks game as well. Well, that would have been interesting, because if you went to a full All Blacks game rather than the national New Zealand rugby, then that means that there would have been a full event going on, and they're not always in New Zealand, so that would have been cool. You seem boring yet nice, thank you. I consider myself a nice person, and not a super entertaining person, so these things feel like things that you have profiled me on nice and quickly. Hi, Knowles. Quick question. Who should pay for the first date, men or women? I don't... I'm a big believer of splitting it, so is there a secret third option? I think that it has nothing to do with men and women, and I find it very frustrating that people try to put this on as like a man or woman thing. Because, for example, what if two women are on a date? Who pays for it then? No one? Like, what is it just, or two men, like, who pays for it then? So I think that it is, if you're actually dating, instead of asking these hypotheticals, if you're actually going on a date, then you'll realize that it is just a mature conversation that one has between the individuals on the date. That is all there is to it. So sometimes I've paid for the date. Sometimes someone else has paid for the date. It is about communication. And if you can't even get over that first hurdle on the first date, then you should not be together. That is my thought. Also, as Judge said, the top should pay. You know what? You're correct about that, though. I'm not going to argue it there. Hi, everyone. I'm not interesting. I'm harshly boring. Ooh, chucking on the extra adjective there. That's rough, but nonetheless, or rather adverb. Why do you do YouTube live so often? I actually don't do it so often. So that's quite a comment to have when you've never been on the live before. So I do not do it so often, if that answers your question. But yes, I am lonely. That doesn't mean that I'm not severely lonely, don't get me wrong. You ask out, you pay. Ooh, I like that. We'll never know if she don't say it. I miss what that was for. 33,333. There you go. Sorry, I missed your comment from earlier. I'm frozen ground and doing hot. I can't do. I have no idea what that says. Oh, my New Zealand accent for 6 and fish and chips. See, that's the thing. I don't have a New Zealand accent. I don't say fish and chips as people assume I would. That's the one. But yeah, whoever invited someone out on the date, that can be the person who pays. I actually like this. I think this is a nice rule of thumb. However, I don't think it has to be applicable in every single instance. I also saw where the shot the Shire from Lord of the Rings, back in Hobbiton. Very nice. Very nice indeed. I've been there too. Are you German? I actually am. That is for the first time someone's got that right. I don't have a German accent. I wasn't raised in Germany, but my dad is German, so that's funny. I'm also totally bricked up, but don't tell anyone. Jesus loves you as well, Alexis. Hi. You sound like a voicemail. That's cute. Yes, it's very, I'd make it a good robot, you know? God is great, beer is good, and people are crazy. I've never heard truer words, you know? 19 live streams in a month. That's not quite how it works, but nonetheless. Actually, maybe it has reached 19. 19. Have I hit 19 live streams in a month? Mayhaps. You might be onto something. I also have to organize this over here. Why is it not working? Aha! It is working. Yay! Sorry, one moment, guys. Have I really hit 19 streams this month? That's very impressive. Go me. We're finally getting back to consistency. Okay, there we go. I think that'll work. Okay. The next FPV drone I'm sending will be for you. Thank you, John. That's very kind. Where are you from? Of UK? I'm from the south. Very, very, very far south. So far south that I'm a New Zealander. I am a real ginger. A lot of people don't think I am because of the color of my eyebrows, but I have to answer this question several times in a stream. Now with my wife, even if she pulls her wallet out and pays, it's still the money I gave her, essentially. That's so funny. I had a period where my mum wasn't working, and so I completely understand that my dad was the sole income in our family for a time, and so it was very funny. Mum got a little allowance every, however, I don't know how they organized it, but whenever she would pay if she and I went out for lunch, it was the same thing where dad would be paying. I'm part German. Me too. What a coincidence. Now they're on clearance. What are your thoughts on the multitude of different types of hot cross buns? Yeah, I went to go get some, but they didn't have the rhubarb one. So I was like, if they don't have the rhubarb one, what's the point? What's the point? But they're pretty much all gone now. But I do think they've gone too far. I think that a hot cross bun should be the original, nice and simple. We don't need all of these fancy flavors. That's just sweet bread, you know? The inviter pays. This is for dates. That is indeed the first rule of my dating life. I've yet to have the chance to experience it. Seems unlikely as that would mean you streamed every day except for 2. But it could be including March, maybe? It could be it'll be like 30 days rather than this month. I already said this number, Sir Jacob, so if you missed it and weren't listening, then that's not on me. I stayed up all night listening to this girl sing. Which girl? Because it wasn't me, that's for sure. Red Hebs are my kryptonite. Bye. See you later then. My mistake, you're right. But I don't know, is that meant to be an accent thing? So happy for you. Thank you, Terry. Much appreciated. Definitely into it. Nice. Hello from the US. Hi from the UK, but I'm not British. I think I'm pretty much going to be saying this a lot, but nonetheless. Only hot cross buns I know is on a recorder. Actually, this kind of looks like a recorder. Well, I don't know which way around the song would be. I probably could figure it out. But yes, I remember those times back in school as well. The only weird ones I've tried for hot cross buns are chocolate ones. Even with normal ones, I don't like raisins or sultanas. That makes sense. So I always look for ones without. My search is frequently fruitless. Hilarious! Great pun, top tier. I too have only tried the chocolate ones outside of regular hot cross buns, but when I saw rhubarb, I was like, I simply must, but I guess I must wait until next year. Your hair and makeup look amazing. Thank you. I have a little secret for you, Nick. My makeup is non-existent, and my hair I didn't do this morning. I'm not a makeup wearer. That is not something you'll know if I'm wearing makeup because I will keep on touching my eyeballs. But nonetheless, Captain Smiley, it's me at your service. My dad is Irish, my mum is German. I'm Mexican because of adoption. My dad is also a ginger, but his beard is brown. Usually it's the other way around. That's very funny. Do you have any spare hairs? As in, like, you want some of my hair? Is that what you mean? I do speak English. Hello, welcome back. Are you on my walls? Maybe, but I don't want to, reveal my location too quickly. Ban the recorder? You mean me or just schools in general? YouTube thinks I speak Korean? That's weird. Been making that pun since I first saw the sign in the supermarket and they are actually my favorite. Cute. Are you single by chance? If I say yes, what will that mean for you? Hello? Good morning, Tommy. Spring has finally come indeed in the northern hemisphere for the most part anyway. Everything that was dead now comes back to life and the birds are singing from the Swedes. That's so cute. The spring in the northern hemisphere in places that snow is very, very different to what I'm used to. I'm from New Zealand and we only get snow in the South Island, but it's not quite as heavy as it is up here. And seeing all of the flora just truly pop and be so colorful is so beautiful. I also lived in Australia for a bit and there's not a lot of colorful flowers over there. Can I take you on a date? Yes, absolutely, but only if you come to me. Dominican? Definitely not. Natural is best, thank you, but I disagree with this sentiment as well. I don't like wearing makeup, but I have nothing, I don't think that it is very fair to put onto others that they shouldn't wear makeup. I think that people should be comfortable within their skin, of course, comfortable in their skin, but just like having fancy clothes, I think that makeup can be a part of the fashion, but I don't think it should be a gendered thing either. I think that anyone should be able to wear makeup, just like the men on the red carpet. They're looking fancy as heck, and a lot of that sometimes is to do with the makeup that they wear. I think it depends on the type of date. If I saw you in call for a date, I will offer to pay, and then we can split. Yeah, that's the thing is I have nothing wrong with splitting. Splitting on a date makes it sound like I'm like leaving. I'm like, ooh, I gotta split. But splitting payment on a date. But again, like I said, I think that it's more about communication because I have gone on dates where I get to the end of it and I'm like, I'm happy to split the bill, and be like, no, I insist. And other times where I'm like, no, I insist. I had a cute friend date that I'm still not sure if it was actually a friend date or not. This was with another girl. That's why I was like, I'm not really sure. Was this a friend date? Was this an actual date? I don't know. But it was so cute because both of us did the like, no, like, I want to pay. Please let me pay. I want to do it. And they're like, no. But so we found a compromise, and we got very fancy like boba and then some croissants. So we decided one of us would pay for the drinks and one of us would pay for the croissants, and then it kind of evened out. So we kind of split it with a margin of like £2 or something. So you're saying AI have a chance? AI definitely has a chance. Hi, Night Warrior. I'm well. Where are you located? I'm in Southampton in the UK. Hi, Ingrid. I'm going to the UK this year when the NFL has a game out there. Very fun. So are you super into your rugby then? Especially if you went to an All Blacks game. I don't want to make an assumption there. How many teeth are these? I have all of my teeth and wisdom teeth, so I think, is that 32 or is that 36? I'm not sure. Autumn color suit, thank you. I'm born with autumn colors, so it usually works in my favor to embellish in it more. I'm learning English. There we go. From Peru. Hola. Welcome on in. Yes, I'm a Kiwi, Frank. I thought we figured out last time you didn't have Kiwi. I don't have Kiwi in my accent, except when I drink alcohol, then sometimes that's when my Kiwi accent gets a little bit stronger. I guess when I'm speaking less formally and a little bit more loose lips, you know. See, even if I do that, then the Kiwi accent sounds a lot stronger because everything's a bit like more lex, I guess. And sometimes I say my E's like excellent. It comes through every now and again, but I call myself out on it every time because it sounds jarring. I'm like, oh, there's the Kiwi accent. Anyhow, comfortable in your own skin as opposed to comfortable in your skin. That's the one. Thank you. You like soccer very a lot. I'm glad that you like soccer. I'm sure you're not the only person. If you went for a curry on a first date, would you split the dishes? Yes, I love sharing my food. If I'm on a first date and someone wants to share food, big green flag for me. I'm a big food sharer. I really, really, really like it. So I like to order things together. And so that's a big thing for me for sure. Hi, Cassidy. Good to see you. Are they nice? Some are nice, some are not nice. Hey, I do like it. Look at that. Isn't that fun? That's very talented, except if you copy-pasted it, then you must credit the artist. Please, I do not like anyone who just steals art from people. You must credit the artist, okay? Do not just copy-paste and act like it's your own thing. You must credit, okay? All right? I got into rugby when I was in Japan, fell in love with the All Blacks. That's so cool! Oh my God, you've traveled so much. That's awesome. Yeah, but American football makes sense. I feel like a lot of people who like sport tend to like a lot of sports, and so it just kind of floats from one to the next. Hi, Luke. Hi, guys. You'd be trying to if you worked in a jam factory. Adorable. Got more UK and I occasionally do the Aussie. Yeah, I lived in Australia for 10 years, so I think that it kind of blurred in a little bit, but I don't consider myself having an Australian accent, but it doesn't sound quite like a British either. It's just weird. I came to goon. Welcome. I just learnt what gooning means, actually. I'm not sure why you keep on trying to phrase it like this. I have no preference on ethnicity when it comes to dating. Because why would one? I think that I can understand preference when it comes to religion, but ethnicity, I find people attractive, and if they want to ask me on a date, then I usually say yes because not usually, but if I've already been speaking with them. Do the Dutch take offense when you use the term "let's go Dutch"? Do I dare ask what "let's go Dutch" means? All I know is Dutch oven is where you fart under a blanket and trap someone under there. But let's go Dutch. Does that mean like something about nudity? Yes, I'm doing my part is a Twitch. So you might be hearing it on YouTube. But we have a Channel Point Redemption on Twitch that is doing that. I'm not from Japan. No. We do love crediting original artists, exactly. The Dutch are pretty chill. There we go. Yeah, see, Mama would know. I'm from New Zealand. Hi. Are you a tall girly? No, I am perfectly average in every way. Why'd you leave? Yes, and most people go the other way around. I wanted to explore more of Europe. So that is why I ended up in Europe. I was looking at not necessarily UK specifically, but UK was very easy to get a visa being a part of the Commonwealth, and so that's how I ended up in the UK. And I've already done a trip to Croatia, well, a road trip, that also technically included Slovenia and southern Austria. We did cross the border to Italy, but I don't really count it. It was Trieste, and it was just so that I could say I went to 4 countries in 1 week. And then I've got a trip planned to Copenhagen. I'm going to Iceland. I'm going to Spain. And I realized that TwitchCon was on in May. And so I was like, oh, crap, I probably should have added that to my list of things as well. But I shall not be adding that to the list this year, maybe next year. So that is why I moved, because I wanted to travel more of Europe. I went out on a date 1985 with a Queen's Park Ranger. I'm not familiar with a Queen's Park Ranger. I do apologize, Selena, but I hope that was fun. I'm a person who doesn't date random people I saw. I like a natural date. Yes, yep. I think I understand what you mean as well. Like someone you meet in person, right? I date person who I known for a long time. We go to coffee before, so we date long time before we actually go. Yeah, I think that all of the dates I've been on, I've never been on a dating app, but all of the dates I've been on are people that I've met in person. We build a rapport. Maybe I run into them again, and then we exchange numbers, and then we hang out after that. But for me, I tend to try and look at those dates that are not necessarily as romantic dates. I think that it's more about like, do you get along with this person? Because it could not work out romantically, but they could still be a nice person. At least for me, they were still a nice enough person to warrant hanging out together. But it doesn't have to always end up in romance. And so, therefore, it's just kind of like, do we get along? And do I have an attraction to this person? Then that can be something else, and go from there. So yeah, I agree. That's why I'm a big fan of a coffee date as my first kind of interaction with someone, rather than a dinner date, or even a lunch date, because I find that that's a little less. It's not implicative. It's a little less pressure to be very romantic. I think that a dinner date as the first date is putting a lot of like. Pressure and expectation based on how people view dinner dates, whereas a coffee date is just kind of relaxed. It's just chill. I can find out if they like coffee, because if they don't, then I'm already like, oh, well, sorry, it's not going to work out then. No, I tease. But I find that that can be a very low stakes interaction. And if it's going well, then you can continue after the coffee as well. But it's just a nice, simple one to start with, you know? Going Dutch is splitting the bill. Okay, thank you. There we go. I don't think I've ever heard that term before. Do you know BTS as in the band? Yes, I do. Hi, Cart. How you going? You can't go out for Asian cuisine without splitting the meals, and great thing about bigger groups for those meals is you can have more options. Exactly. Having like the tapas and whatnot. Yeah, everyone pays for their own dinner. That makes sense for Going Dutch. Thanks, guys. I'm not Irish, by the way, Drools, but I understand. A lot of people assume I am with the red hair. Yeah, go get some sleep, Chosen Being, but it's good to see you next time. Bye. Are you going to be a good podcast? No. I have been to Canada. Yes, I have indeed. I went in 2023. I loved it. Tavo, there you go. I'm not familiar with Tavo. My neighbors are moving, but they complain to the city that they can't sell their house because I have chickens. Isn't that a crock of shit? That does sound a little bit like not true, but nonetheless. I am 6'2", that's true. That's 3 feet on each leg. Hilarious! I haven't heard that one before. I've traveled most of Europe spots, says Sean. I'm trying to tick off the Nordic countries now. Croatia's my favorite. I loved Croatia. I'm so glad you like Croatia. But I haven't been to down south where you went in Dubrovnik and Split. I flew into Zagreb and then I went straight to the coast so that I could go north into Slovenia. But I loved it. The people are so beautiful. But I think Ljubljana, which is the capital of Slovenia, is my favorite city so far. This stream feels like a Tinder page. Well, I hope not. I hope that I don't give the impression that I am here to get a date, because I can tell you that is not the case. But I am aware that a lot of people unsolicitedly ask if they can go on a date with me. And it is not, it is a very frequent occurrence. Let's put it that way. Did you date today? No, I rolled out of bed and I went live. Would you date a good-looking Arab? Of course, as long as they're a nice person. But I don't think that looks are necessarily the biggest thing for me either. So I would date someone who's Arabic. But I think I would be very hesitant to date someone who practices Islam, because I am not a religious person. But the same way that I would struggle to date someone who's heavily Christian, it's just different values, you know. But it wouldn't be a deal breaker. Again, it's just about communication and finding what works between you guys. And if that works, great. If it doesn't work, then that's part of the process of going on a date or several dates of like, does this work? Does this not work? But I think that discounting someone on their ethnicity is weird. I can cook. I do enjoy cooking as well. I guess I'm technically an immigrant. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm quite far behind. I didn't realize. Aren't you like 35? Not quite. Not quite. Okay, first you should be getting to know a person. Exactly. Okay, I think that your smile is worth the price of admission. Hilarious. I'm from New Zealand, in answer to your question, Kuma. If I died and reincarnated in a new life as a slipper in your home, what will happen to me? I would go, where is this slipper from? I don't own slippers, so what is this doing here? I'd probably just take it to the op shop, you know? Rocky represent? I missed out what that was from. Would you pay for the full bill the first date? Yes, but we already discussed this. It depends on the person. Irish stolen valor. Exactly. It's like the Irish are cool. Don't make me be lumped in with them, because they'll be bringing the what's it called? Like you say, stolen valor. The pride of the Irish down. Bye, freak. Bye. I am from New Zealand, everyone. That's where I'm from. I had a first date last week. Congratulations, Luke. We played Magic the Gathering. That's so cool. Low stakes date? No, the highest are high stakes. Exactly. But that's actually a really good first date, because it's like, how do you interact in this high stress environment? That's wonderful. Will there be a second date, Luke? Will there be a second date? Too tall? Yes, I'm 6'2". That is exactly the height I am. And you know what? If you're out because of my height, good. Hi from Sweden. Hello. What are some weird ethnicities? What does that even mean? Would you date a chicken? Well, no. That's an animal. Hi, Azan. Hi from San Diego. Good to see you. Yeah, the chat is a little bit slow, hey. Someone who looks as good as you without makeup, is normal to have many people interested. Thank you, Georgie. That is very, very sweet. Is that wild berry tea that makes everything taste sweeter? If you're talking about the tea I'm drinking, this is rooibos tea from South Africa. I was going to TTS, but it seems like I got dono walled. Maybe there's a word? I don't know why it would be. There you go. So you can. Let's hear it.
Her top is the same color as the background behind her and her hair. We should rename stream Where's Waldo.
That's very clever. That is very clever. The only problem that I have with it is outside of the Americas, or rather USA, we don't call them Waldo, we call them Wally. So all of our books are Where's Wally instead of Where's Waldo. And so I'm like, that's so American-centric, but it's still very, very funny. And it is also why I had my title on about the wall, because I was like, oh God, I really am just merging into the background here. Thank you so much, Twitch. That was very clever. Very, very clever. Dating in Islam is prohibited. Is it really? That doesn't sound right. But I know that there are a lot of weird rules in Christianity, so maybe there is some odd rule there in Islam too. If it were Ugg boots, exactly right. I actually do have Ugg boots, I will admit. Silly sausage, you know what? you called me out. I do have a pair of Ugg boots. I looked at them this morning because I'm up in an attic for anyone who's curious about the brick wall. I was downstairs and I was like, oh, should I wear my Uggs today? It's not cold. You can see I've got my blanket on just at the bottom of the camera frame here. Is it cold enough to wear my Ugg boots? And I decided not to wear them because of how I usually sit in my seat, where my feet are on the seat itself. And so I went, you know what? I won't wear them so that I can just be cozy with my blanket instead. But yes, Ugg boots. Oh, so good. So good. The coastline is beautiful, Croatia. I actually genuinely want to go back so that I can go down that area, especially because the entire, the history of over how they managed to get such a skinny coastline in Croatia is so fascinating to me. It just is this reminder that wars, unfortunately, have been going on so frequently, and some in very modern times, some even now. But the fact that they managed to get all of that coastline, and then Bosnia and Herzegovina got that tiny bit, and then Slovenia on the other side got this tiny bit of coast. It's just fascinating how they managed all of that. What's an opshot? Oh, sorry, an opshot is a thrift store in other slang. You know, New Zealand peoples are very talented. Hey, well, I can't, as someone who's from New Zealand, I can't say all of them are talented, but I will say that New Zealand does very, very well on a global scale to be achieving things that they do, let's say, in the Olympics, for example, considering such a small population, you know? You have a South African English accent? Not quite, New Zealand. I like New Zealand as well. Hey, festivals and music. There we go. I would gladly date Clem for a free meal. You know what? Fair enough. I'm not 6 feet. No, people just like to make fun. Whenever someone asks how tall I am, one, it's like, why does it matter? Hi, Satanism. Welcome back. Good to see you. The 6 foot. A lot of people ask how tall I am, and I have no idea why they're curious about it. Because I'm like, why does that matter? What are you crafting in your head? I guess people, I actually don't know. I've never watched a content creator, YouTube live stream, shorts. I've never watched a content creator and go, I wonder how tall they are. Unless they're like super, oh my gosh, we've got a double up. There we go. Unless they're crazy tall, and it's like, wow, I wonder if they're like 6'4" or something, because that's someone crazy tall.
I'm doing my part.
But in general, I don't wonder how tall someone is. But yes, Frank, you are correct. I'm 5'7". Wally sounds more like an insult. Ouch. Thank you so much for the raid, Hugh. Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful stream, guys. If you haven't followed Hugh, please make sure to do so. They're super wonderful and super supportive and very entertaining as well. Very lovely. So thank you so much for being here. I hope that you've been well. It's good to see you. Are male Uggs red flags for you? No. Why would that be a red flag? It's so, like, the fact that someone owns Ugg boots, I feel like they're just so functional. They're so comfy. I suppose if they're wearing them in public, I'm not a big fan of people wearing Ugg boots in public. But if they've got some around the house, yeah, Ugg boots are great. The fact that they know about them, especially if they're not Australian, it's like, well, damn. But if they're Australian, I feel like they must have Uggs, you know? Anyhow, that's how I think about it. I am well. The wall merging is slowly happening. The assimilation shall be final in a few months' time. But you know, it's nice. It's nice to be working away at it. Maybe you could save some time and just put up a height strip on the wall behind you. Yeah, like a instead of a brick wall, we can make it look like I'm in a police I've never been to the police, so it's the station where they have to measure you before your mugshot, and it's like, you know, it shows 5'7". What's that called when you get your photo done? The police photo shoot. Yeah, that one. Teach us some slang. Do you want Australian slang or New Zealand slang? I'm a New Zealander in answer to your question, Pigs Roast. But I guess you could say in New Zealand, they say like tu meke, which means like real cool. That's also a Maori word. So I thought I'd start off with a Maori word. They say mean as a lot. So, oh, that's mean as. They don't mean that that is something that is bad or cruel to do. They mean that is very cool. Mean as. Mean as is a good one. Jack Hands, good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub.
Skleem calculated, Skleem loves, Skleem dance, no me heart.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the resub. It's good to see you, Joe Cans. I hope you've been well. 1 ounce. 1 ounce is a good one. If you want to fight someone, you just shout out 1 ounce to them. Good one, Frank. Yeah, and then mean Maori mean. The camera is a Sony camera. I think that a lot of people people were saying how they were very surprised at the quality of my camera, and I have also Magoo, welcome back. I've got several things open right now because I was like the chat moves too fast now, so I might miss some things. But I saw you popped back. It's good to have you back. Minas makes me think when Brits say wicked. Yeah, I think that's a good comparison is the word. The camera, sorry, coming back to this, is a Sony mirrorless camera. It's an A7 III. It's very expensive, so I would not be recommended any old person grabbing it.
Do you know how we all know Clem is a Kiwi?
How?
Because she is a she. If she was an Aussie, she would be a Sheila.
That's so ridiculous and so true. Yes, I'm not a Sheila, I'm a she. Exactly right. Very funny. And thank you for the gift sub. Oh, you know what? I'll make it more obvious I'm a Kiwi. How about that? One moment. Okay. Is this a little bit more obvious? There we go. Is that more obvious? I think that's more obvious. Okay, now you guys all know that I'm a Kiwi, right? Why did the tiger get lost? Because the jungle is massive. Exactly right. Yes, I am inside a dungeon. Astute observation. I'm well, Ted. Thank you. And also, anyone who has been saying hi and I've missed your message, hi. I thought I'd try something a little bit different today, where I don't read every single message. So if you feel like you've said something important, do not hesitate to repost. We are pro reposting here. I thought I'd just try something different. Or you can do TTS over on Twitch.
89, are you sure? She might be an Aussie, the accent gives it away. If she was a Kiwi, she'd be a hairy, sweet fruit with seeds in the middle.
Yeah, whereas I'm just a sweet fruit without the hairiness. That's what a clementine is. I just make a good fruit salad, you know? Important, indeed. Yes, Sheila's an Aussie woman, you got it. The public education from America is showing. No, you're right, you're right. This is a Kiwi bird. So a Kiwi bird is a native bird in New Zealand. Looks like this. This is actually life size as well. And this is not a real Kiwi bird, though. I should make sure to make that obvious. Hi, Shawnee. Welcome over to Twitch. And this is what the kiwi fruit is named after, genuinely. So, native bird to New Zealand, but the New Zealanders decided that they wanted to be known as the people to export, or rather have the imports of kiwi fruit. And so they named the kiwi fruit after this bird because it kind of looks like the bird. It's round and furry, and it's got the right color. And so now everyone calls the fruit kiwi because of marketing tactics from the New Zealanders. You can also call a New Zealander a Kiwi as well, as in a person. So instead of saying, oh, they're a New Zealander, which is far too many syllables, you can say they're a Kiwi. So there you go. There is your little FYI, and I don't think that's anything to do with the education system. It's just more about the connectivity of the world and how there are wonderful, wonderful things out there and so much to learn, and we can't always know everything, you know. Hi, Joel. Welcome on in. So yes, I am seeing a lot of people saying hello, and I feel bad that I haven't said hi to everyone because I usually read everything, but it's
Roses
just going
are
too
red,
fast.
violets are blue. You're from New Zealand. Have you been to Tormator Hakatanji Hangako Awatamati Chiripikaka Pikemonga Horona Kupak I when you ake Tanatahu?
Nice try, Brian. That was like nails on a chalkboard. That was awful. Oh my god. Now it's your turn. So one thing that I want to do as a party trick is I genuinely want to learn how to say this off the top of my head. So I can't say it off the top of my head, but if you guys want to know what it sounds like,
I'm doing my part.
Read it to you because I do know how to pronounce it. I just can't say it off the top of my head. I don't know such a long word without reading it. All right, let me bring this up so I can read it for you. Okay. Just making this a little bit larger for me. Okay, you ready? There's I have been to Clanfair, at least, Lil Goth. I went back in August. I've got a photo of me being there, but I don't know how to pronounce it other than Clanfair. I tried. Okay, so here we are.
I'm doing my part.
Here we are reading the longest place name in the world. It's in New Zealand. I've never been. It's a Maori word that means the place where Tamatea, the man with the big knees, who slid, climbed, and swallowed mountains, known as Land Eater, played his flute to his loved one. Most people just call it Taumata Hill, but this is how you pronounce it. Taumata whakatangi hanga kowowo o tamatea turi puka kāpiki maunga horo nuku pōkai whenua ki tana tāhu. There you go. So there's a little FYI. Now that I've done it, instead of Brian, it's your turn. Yes, swallowed mountains. That's how big he was. Thank you, Kiwi man. Thank you. I missed it. Can you repeat it? Taumata whakatangi hanga kowowo o tamatea toru puka turi, sorry, that was just me stumbling. Even if we're English, I would stumble. This is not because it's Maori. That's just because reading stuff, sometimes one stumbles. So no, I can't repeat it apparently. So here we go. One more time. Taumata whakatangi hanga kowowo o tamatea turi puka kāpiki maunga horu nuku pōkai whenua ki tana tahu. There we go. It's like a tongue twister. That's the thing. It's not my pronunciation. It's hard to read sometimes, you know? Is this a real chinchilla? Not quite. Yeah. The Welsh train station sounds better. You want me to give it a go? That one I cannot do though. In Massachusetts, it's Lake Chargog. Manchuagog. Oh my gosh. Is that, like, what language is that? Okay, so Llanfair Filgwengelia Gogo Gerich Fir Drovilia Narcilia Go. That did not sound right, but I tried. But yes, I've been compared to the girl from not Malcolm in the Middle, it's just called The Middle, Sue Heck. You could just click the time you got it correct and hit play. Part. Exactly. So I can just be like, here. But it's not as impressive if I'm like, I manufactured it to be right this one time. I got to do it every single time. And that is why I have to, read it. Oh, also, like I said, that's why I have to commit it to memory. So when people try to, like Brian, say this word, I'm like, oh, actually, this is how it's said. Hey, you're Welsh. There we go. But yes, this is a little Kiwi. Thank you, Twitch, for the clip as well. Gotta remember the LL. Yeah, it's like when I read up how to pronounce it, it's supposed to be like a cat hissing. Clan. That's a fake accent. What do you think my real accent is? I guess I could make it as a sound alert. That would be a little bit easier than a clip. Sue Heck, yeah, she's also angelic. Don't be silly. I'm the opposite. I'm the other side of things. I just try to act sweet, Memorize it like a song. There actually is a song. I think it's like Taumata Whakatangi. There is a song so that people can learn it. However, I don't like to learn it like a song, because I feel like otherwise I will not be able to say this word other than like a song. So what I need to do is learn it like a sentence. So for example, or like a quote rather, and getting the emphasis where I want the emphasis. And Because otherwise it'll just be like saying the alphabet. I want to say A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't want to say A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't want the way that I know the alphabet to only be through song, you know? I thought you had been skipping messages for a while, implies you skipped my previous stream messages on purpose. Ew. Ooh, that's awkward. Oh, I've been caught out. Why aren't you in nature? Because it's very hard and very difficult to stream when in nature. But don't get me wrong, it is my preferred place to be. I've done several streams when I lived in my old place in my garden, and I loved it very much. But nowadays, I live in England, where there is no garden, just flat. It's just a flat, and so it's easier to stream from inside with good internet, you know. Hi, Joe Boy, good to see you again. You look good, thank you. I've heard that song. You've heard this one before. Kiwis do belong in nature. I do agree with this. Every now and again, I feel like I'm going slightly crazy. And then I'm like, oh, I just need to touch some grass. It's like when you get home from work and you want to sing. I don't know this one. Yum Mother Fopper. I don't know this song. Thank you, Brian. That's so cute. Oh my god. I will do my best. What content? I don't know what content I do. I get asked every single stream and I don't have a real answer for you. Basically, I read chat messages and then we go on tangents based on that. That is all I do. And, you know, we just randomly spoke about long place names. And so I guess if I were to really say what I do, it's very much guided on how you guys are feeling and what you guys want to talk about, because I am simply a vessel to channel the things that you are saying and commenting on the things that you are saying. If I had no chat, if I had no audience, I think I would struggle a lot. You seem happy. Thank you. I feel happy. The difference in your accent is like your culture affects your stretching words. Yeah, I guess so. I do stretch my words. Beautiful Southampton countryside with pigeons, rats. Well, New Forest is nice. Oh, actually, I don't think everyone sings the Rotorua version. Anyway. Rotorua. No, you're making me nervous. Iceland language, hold my beer. I got famous mountain name. Oh my gosh. Well, actually, Oscar, I'm going to go to Iceland in August. So maybe I can take a trip to Eyjafjallajökull. How did I go? As a Kiwi, I need to know, do you prefer the UK, New Zealand, or Oz, New Zealand? Obviously, it's nuanced. There's going to be things that I prefer more, the pros and cons, right? So Australia, great cost of living, amazing food. I really, really like Australia. I lived there for 10 years. I wouldn't have stayed so long if I didn't like it. I lived in Melbourne in particular. New Zealand is just home. That's the thing, is every time I go to New Zealand, the air is fresher, the water is cleaner, and I just feel exactly like it feels like home, and it's just so magnificent. UK, proximity to Europe is amazing. And other things that I could say about the UK. So New Zealand is my favorite, but as you can tell, I don't live there. And so it has to be, I guess, more of a what am I comparing? What is my preference? What is the thing that we are talking about that is the best? Because if New Zealand was the best for everything, I wouldn't have left New Zealand. You know what I'm saying? However, I think that if I were told that I could never go back to New Zealand, then I probably would stay in New Zealand, if that makes sense. It's home. It is home. My passport is a New Zealand passport, and the idea of never being able to go back is that would be really, really rough. Yeah, that would be tough. Anywho. Yes, England is close. That, like I said, other compliments to UK. It's easy to get a visa for me as a New Zealander, and it's close to Europe. And I have a lot of friends here. Actually, I visited the UK last year, and I realized I did a lot of stopovers in various cities to visit people that I had really only an online communication with. And I just felt like I had a lot more friends here than I did in Australia. Now, don't get me wrong, I do have Australian friends, but here we go. I'll be a little bit vulnerable, shall I? I really struggled with feeling like I had a strong friendship group in Australia for a couple years when I was not really feeling like I that Melbourne was home anymore. I put a big effort into making new friends. And some of that was somewhat documented online as well. And there are still people that I speak with today, but it was a big realization for me over a few years that my connection to Australia was almost non-existent. And now that I've been in the UK for just over a month. I've already made new friends. This weekend, I'm actually going to another city, another couple cities to visit some friends. And the fact that I have people that I am actively going out of my way to see and spend time with, and now I have a weekly board game group, or rather Dungeons and Dragons group that I go to. I feel like I have a much stronger social network here in the UK than I did in Australia, and I've spent so little time here. So I guess it is this recognition that I'm definitely going back to Australia. Don't get me wrong. I have friends there. I love Australia. I want to do more tourism in Australia, but in terms of living somewhere, I think you have to have a factor of a few things. So money, for example. In answer to your question of what I do for a living, I did see that question. This is what I do for a living. For now, I might get another job, but for now, this is all I do. So cost of living is more what I'm talking about. And so in Australia, it's very good. A lot of Australians will complain, but as someone who has traveled, it's pretty good. Cost of living is pretty darn good. And then other things about, for me particular, I love having a place to walk. And so where I'm living right now, a lot of parks, there's a river that you can walk along. So I'm very happy there. And then I like having good food and drink and things like this as well. But socialization, friends, I think one of the beautiful things of the internet, even like what we're doing right now, is that you can communicate and you can maintain friendships long distance. But I still am of the belief that it does not replace in-person relationships. And so the fact that I have more people that I was visiting here in the UK and seeing, and also I caught up with a friend who now lives in Denmark as well. These are things that I am recognizing means that I'm happier in the UK for that socialization aspect as well. A job's easy to acquire in Australia. Ooh, I guess it depends on what kind of job you're looking for. I don't think that I can immediately say yes or no on that one. I was constantly employed when I was there, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it depends on what your skill set is. But I think it would be relatively okay to get a hospitality job, a labor job. I think if you're looking for a job, there is something out there. But I'm not sure. I can only say through my own perspective, and I was okay to be employed, but there might be other aspects that make that easier. I've got a decent education. I hate to bring race into it, but I think that it's also ignorant to completely ignore these things. I know that there are people who are people of color in Australia that struggle a lot more to get even entry-level jobs compared to white people. For example, there was a girl who who's told her story that she changed her name to be easier to pronounce for English speakers, and all of a sudden she had a lot more people reaching out to her for interviews and second interviews when she was going through the job market. So like I said, I think from my own perspective, I can recognize my privilege in those regards, that maybe it would be a little bit easier for me to get a job, whatever that job is, and others it might be a little bit harder. But in general, I would hope that Australia has the enough work to go around. But yeah, I can't remember the unemployment rate, but that's actually, while I was talking, something I was trying to think about, where I'm like, what would the unemployment rate be? But I don't know, sorry. Thank you, Spicier. Where have you been hiding? Thank you, Jules. I wanted to see what Becky said. I'm the opposite. English who moved to Australia. Cost of living here is so much better, but man, the Aussies complain and have no clue. Becky, I'm so glad that you said that, because that's what I say. That's what I say as well. People are like, oh, you know, houses are expensive. Sydney, yes. But I completely agree that the cost of living in Australia is pretty darn good. The access to healthcare is great as well. But Australians, they only know what they know as well. And so don't get me wrong, things can always be better. Things can always improve. But Australia has a very good, first world nation. I really do think that access to, like I said, access to education as well. The Australians tend to be very highly educated. So yeah, Australia is great for a lot of reasons. Anthony Starr, also amazing American accent. I just saw that one. Cool. Yes, Australian cities are in the top 20 most unaffordable, but people don't often live in the cities. That's the thing, is yes, the cities themselves, so Melbourne cities can be expensive, but it is ignoring the fact that a lot of people don't actually live there. It is the outer suburbs or inner suburbs that people will live, you know? Petrol right now here is the equivalent of £1 English. Oh my gosh! Have an Aboriginal name in Australia go to the top of the list before a white person. I don't think that this is accurate whatsoever, James. If you think that that is the case, then you clearly know very little about Australia. There's a lot of systemic issues that are going on in Australia, especially against Aboriginal people. Australia's salary is definitely higher. I can't say in comparison to USA. Because I don't know what the average salaries are in USA. But I can tell you that minimum wage is very good. Another example is a lot of people can survive on a hospitality job because they don't have to rely on tips as well. And so I know a lot of people who are very comfortable having like being a barista, for example, or working and waiting tables because they get a decent wage. So I guess the average salary can be pushed up because I think in America there are a lot more of the like higher bracket, and so it can skew things that way. I'm not 100% sure, so it would be something that I have to look into. But I do think that the entry level jobs, because of minimum wage in Australia, pays a lot higher. For sure. Like that one, I don't feel like I even need to look up. I know that from my own experiences. Greetings from Canada. Hi, Dan. But yes, this is a Kiwi bird indeed. We are the 13th most expensive place to live in the world, so we have a valid point. Oh, there we go. Yes, this is this is not a koala, it's a Kiwi bird. I live in Australia, V8s are normal. There we go. That's the thing. Yeah. People use that bullshit line in Australia too, where people that say that here, and it's like, do you have any idea how much we abuse our Indigenous people and people in color? Exactly. Yeah. So I don't think that this person was necessarily from Australia as well. I'm not sure my thoughts. Australia paid for her to hire more professional with her unique ginger smile. Yes, as we know, Australia is also not real, so that's why I'm an actor and I'm just trying to be paid. But unfortunately, they just pay us an exposure. It's a brutal industry out there. Becky says, my rent in Australia is the same price as what it was in England, but the cost of my house here is 5 times more value than the English one. Wow. So you get more for your money in Australia. I think that's a really good way of putting it. Thank you so much. Is there any update on my boy? I'm going to pot them, Kiwi man. So I will try and show that. Do I have Soil. I think I have a pot now because I went through my housemate's stuff. Wait, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. My housemate has some pots, and so I think that I will be able to pot them. But yes, I'll try and get that done this. Not this weekend. I'm away this weekend. Maybe tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to live stream tomorrow. I'm kind of easing into things. For those who do not know, I've been really struggling with headaches. On the weekend, I was struggling with it so bad that it was turning into a migraine, and I was literally hiding under a blanket because the sunlight was too bright, and it was very upsetting. But woe is me. And so the point is that because I am struggling with these headaches, I am going to be easing into things and not pushing myself to stream too much. I'm glad that I pushed myself to go today. It would have been very easy for me to just not stream. But I think that if I just keep on not streaming, then I'll just never go live. So I do appreciate you guys and your patience today and just allowing me to be a little bit more chill and not super on top of chat as well. But let me know as well if you guys are in the Discord. Let me know how you guys find kind of skipping over some chat messages. I know that it's not my normal way, but ever since we started live streaming on YouTube, the chat goes a lot faster. Welcome, YouTubers. And so I'm finding my rhythm, I guess, with how the live streams work with such a full chat community, I suppose. What else did I want to say on that? Yes, so point being, I am glad that I have pushed through my headaches today because I think that I don't know if you guys ever get this, where sometimes it's like an avoidance thing, right? If you keep avoiding something, then you don't build the resilience to just overcome it. And so I'm trying my best to not let myself just constantly be avoidant. It's really hard. But I think that having a bit more of a relaxed vibe today rather than the high energy keeping up with you guys is helping a lot. You're generally the first person to say the cost of living in Australia is good. That's because I have traveled and I have seen what it is like in other places. Let me really be very specific. Cost of living in the entire world is terrible, but Australia really does have it pretty well. They're very good. Hi Factop, how you going? Welcome back, Swifty Guns. Guess who's back again. Drink more water. Yes, I actually have been drinking water, and I do have my water bottle today as well. You shouldn't have tried so hard also, though. Watch out for drop bears. That's the one. I just read your profile. You moved from Coffee Capital. I know. I apologize on behalf of our Costa Coffee. Everyone talk. Becky, I'm not sure where you've moved. And so you're welcome to share if you'd like. But the people that I've spoken to, they are really making fun of me about how I'm like, the coffee here is fine. Like it's not excellent. Like it's fine. It's like better than fine. It's above average. Like I am constantly drinking coffees over here, but it just doesn't compare. It doesn't compare. I'm sorry that Melbourne is so tasty and good at making coffee, okay? Yeah, I took some paracetamol today for my headache, so I think I'm figuring out why I'm getting so many headaches, but I'm working on it. It's not ideal, but it's all teething problems. Also good practice for when you're bigger than your bro has been gold. Exactly. So we're, some days I'll read more. Other days we'll just kind of vibe, I used to be an actor, stopped after 2 years of nodules, never went back into it. Yeah, I studied acting. I can't say that I ever did well, Becky, but I did study it, and I have stories from those times. Perhaps we will have to share and compare notes from the trenches. I get headaches because of tension headaches, I believe. I sleep really terribly, and so every single morning I've been waking up with headaches recently. So I'm trying to figure out how to overcome, or rather how to how much do I share? I think the problem is that I am very stiff. I'm very still, rather, when I sleep. And so it means that my muscles kind of seize up in a way. And so when I wake up, it causes these tension headaches. And so I need to learn how to move more in my sleep. I don't know how. I'm just very still. In the past, people have said that it's like I die at night because I breathe very, very quietly and I just do not move for 6-8 hours. I do not move. So people really have been concerned that I'm actually dead when I'm sleeping. And so I am trying to figure out how to move more in my sleep is what I think would help, but also maybe when I wake up, if I might have to be someone who does morning yoga genuinely to get all of that stretched and flexible again as I wake up. And then on top of that, I have to do a bunch of strength exercises for what's called my trapezius, which is kind of the muscles that go from the base of your skull along your shoulder and down your spine. So that's what's, I think, causing my headaches. Otherwise, I'm stressed, though I don't feel like I'm stressed. I have struggled with a lot of anxiety in the past, and I don't feel like it's stress. Also, hi, Flying Rose. It's good to see you. I actually have to... tell you things, but I will tell you things later. How many dudes roll like this? How many dudes flow like this? Not many, if any. Not many, if any. How many dudes got skills to go and rock a show like this? I don't know anybody. You can't just come in here with starting that song and not expect me to sing along, Frank, What's NSAID, Mark? I'm not familiar with that one. But we also need tryptin, pharmacotherapy, cold compress application, all of the things, all of the things. Hi, guys. Kiwi with the kiwi, you got it. People keep on asking what my accent is, so I think I need to have the kiwi bird on me constantly so that it gives a nice quick impression of where I'm from, Head on, just put it straight on the forehead. I see headaches a lot. It was down to my anemia. Damn. Low pressure. Damn. Low pressure. I might look into that. I get a lot of fainting spells, and so I don't know if that's like an in-ear balance thing. Anemia. I don't think I have anemia though. Have you ever had a traumatic injury in the back, neck, or shoulders? No, not a traumatic one, luckily. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Yes, the muscles go all the way up to here. You can probably feel it if you go. Don't push hard, but if you put your your fingers along your spine and then you keep traveling up, the muscles do. I don't know how far back it is. Kind of comes up to here somewhere. And these are muscles around here, all that kind of stuff. Check to the mic. Check. You got it, Boba. Private messages. Yeah, I'm going to slide into your DMs, Flowering Rose. Hey, Primo's from the Tron. I too am from the Tron, but I'm in UK these days. But yes, I'm from New Zealand. Outfit of the day. I have... Actually, you guys tell me, what color overalls, or as they call them over here, dungarees. What color dungarees are these? And then I have this autumnal sweater going on. Very inappropriate for the northern hemisphere. It is spring, with this yellow, orange, and brown. That's it. And then I have a black t-shirt underneath. Hi, hello. My mum had migraines connected to barometric pressure. That's crazy. Okay. Are you on drugs? Just paracetamol. Possible British Ukraine? Not Ukraine. I'm not British or Irish either. Well, it's unfair with males, really. I really wish her to be happy and would actions and take effort. Thank you. Orange? They're not orange, damn it! You look like a feminist. I am a feminist. I am very, very happy to announce that I am a feminist. NSAID is any pain reliever like Tylenol, aspirin, ibuprofen, etc. Oh yes, so I have some ibuprofen as well. I prefer ibuprofen over paracetamol because I do think it is a muscle thing. So I find that helps with the inflammation. But I haven't had breakfast this morning, so I decided I will just take paracetamol because of that. Hey, Justicia! Hello, guys! Please go follow Justicia, especially if you are into just chatting streams. She's very good at interacting with her community. I actually hung out for like an hour after we were raided. She's just lovely. Very, very lovely. Go check her out. Hi, it's good to see you. Welcome on in. Can we get a shout out as well? Thank you for pronouncing your name straight off the bat. I can understand you probably get Jessica a lot. I noted that you had the I in there, so I was curious how it was pronounced. So hopefully I've done an okay job as well. If you're missing New Zealand, drive up. Yes, I actually went to Scotland, Sean. Last year, I went on a road trip late July last year, and the rolling hills and the rocky crags, like the rocky mountains, it just really, really reminded me of home. Except in New Zealand, we get more sunshine. We get a lot more sunshine. I was actually thinking of moving up to Scotland, but I had someone who was willing to house me, so it was a lot easier to move in with them here in Southampton rather than trying to find my own place or finding a flatmate who doesn't understand streaming. I don't know you or the issue, but I get migraines. Okay, I'm on I don't even know how to say this, and naproxen. I don't know the severity of your issue. Yeah, I think that for me, it's more about solving the problem rather than taking pain medication. Sorry, I've turned into an ibuprofen. That's very cute. And so I have plenty of things that can aid with the pain, but I'd rather just not have the pain. And so that's why I think it has to be more about, I think it's my sleeping. So I have to sort my muscles out because I think it's tension headaches. But yes, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Justicia, thank you so much for popping in. Yeah, most people don't spot the I exactly. And I'm sure that people who try to raid on in accidentally miss it. But I was like, no, I'm going to make sure. I don't know if this helps you or if this is offensive. But when I said that we're going to raid into you, I said we're going to raid into someone called... it's not Jessica because there's a CIA. And so people said, Jessica in the CIA. And I was like, God damn it. So now it is canon that you are part of the CIA because of the spelling of your name. My goodness gracious. Okay. I'm addressing the cause and not treating the issue. Exactly. So that's a good way of putting it. Anyway, like I said, woe is me. I'm working on it. My point is more that if you guys notice that my energy is a little bit lower, or if I'm conserving it, or if I'm streaming a little bit different to how I have been, these are all things that I'm doing to manage my what's going on, I guess, while not completely going MIA. So hopefully you guys can appreciate that at very least. When I had my neck thing going on, the doctor put me on some muscle relaxers. Yes, I think that genuinely would help. So all of these things I am considering. But I genuinely think the biggest issue is that it's caused by my sleeping. And so there are all these things that I can do during the day, but what I do at night to manage it, when I'm asleep, that's where I am struggling. You know what sucks when adult koala bears attack young koala bears? I didn't even know they do that. That's rough. Go to an ear piercing, your headache will go away. No, thank you. I don't like loud noises. The sunshine dizzy. I've traveled most of Europe like Croatia, I said, but even as a Scotsman in the North Coast 500 road trip in Scotland is my second all favorite trip. It's beautiful. Well, I'll definitely have to go up there. I really like Scotland. I've got a friend who lives in Glasgow, so I'm going to try and go up there again this year at some point, and go say hi. And so maybe I want to go up to the islands off the mainland as well. So like Isle of Skye, for example, because I didn't manage to get through that in my previous road trip. Okay, it's hard figuring out what the issue is exactly. Intracranial pressure. Damn, I've not even heard of intracranial. I can understand cranial being skull. Intra, I'm not familiar with like because exo in maybe that means like inside the skull pressure. You poor thing. But at least you figured it out. And that's the thing is I've gone through physio in the past. So that's why I've gotten to a point where I'm pretty sure that it is my sleeping because I had gone through checking into it because it got so bad that I could barely lift my my arm up properly. And so my physio did a lot of like messing around and diagnosing that I sleep weirdly. So that is why I'm pretty sure that it is the sleeping because I haven't been doing my exercises and all this kind of jazz. A certain type of flower? Well, I thank you, Hugh. Thank you. I will admit I messaged someone last night. Okay. I messaged someone last night and I was saying how I have been struggling with a little bit of mental stuff. It just happens sometimes. And I said that I have been considering going to therapy just to help with those things. I am very pro therapy. Do you know what I'm not pro? Therapy costing several £100s. And so I think that I probably would go even for minor anxiety. Because I think everyone should go. I really do. I think that even if you're not struggling with intense anxiety, that therapy is so good for everyone. But when it's so expensive, of course it's going to be a deterrent. And so I looked into it and I was like, God damn, this is too expensive. And so I said, so I texted my friend and I said, maybe I should just go to the Netherlands because it's like a £20 flight to go to the Netherlands and go take some mushrooms. For the record, I've never had mushrooms in my entire life. I have never had mushrooms in my entire life. But I was like, you know, when I can't afford therapy, maybe there's something else we can do. So watch this space. Maybe one day I will have a story for you about taking mushrooms. Oh my gosh. I just beat cancer. What did cancer ever do to you? That's very funny. Congratulations, Valerie. That is incredible news. I'm sure that it will be nice not having to go to all of the appointments. You know, keep following up just in case it comes back. But that is phenomenal. Phenomenal news. Have you done an EMG? I don't think so. I've done an ECG, but I'm not familiar with an EMG. But no, I haven't done a song is the other question that I saw. Glasgow is a city of people. Glasgow's a favorite. Yeah, I like Glasgow. It reminded me a lot of Melbourne, actually. And so I wasn't too keen on moving there because I was like, this feels too similar. I just went to therapy. I have habit of turning conversations around on people. I end up being my therapist, but I'm sure that they are aware of those kinds of tactics as well. Mental health care in the UK is atrocious. Yeah, see, I'm learning. So I know why I get therapy after I've had a crisis. Only then do you get the free stuff. Isn't it bad? Talk to Dalton about microdosing. Therapy and drugs. Yeah, it's like the same thing, right? It's the same thing. No, definitely not. I just know that there's a lot of research that goes into psychedelics. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the $25. No TTS. Is this for my mushrooms? Thank you so much for the mushroom fund. Hello. Please keep in mind that if you have the ability to go to therapy, please go to therapy. But I am aware that there are benefits of it's psychedelics, right? I'm not out here preaching psychedelics because I know that it will only work for some people and ideally administered with a professional around. And so that is why I said I should just go take some mushrooms. And that's why I was like, I would like to make it clear I am not speaking from anecdotal evidence. I have no idea how they would affect me, but I still think it would be cheaper than therapy. How old are you? 29. My final session, they said, have you ever considered being a therapist? Oopsies! Southampton, where I'm living, is quite a university town. So I have also thought maybe I could try and see if the uni students are taking on patients, and hopefully it will be a little bit cheaper. And people are like, oh, I would hate to have what's it called? A student therapist. And it's like, but they always have a what's it called? Like a mentor. Someone sitting with them, a professional with them. Anyhow, so I'm gonna look into it. TMS. I'm not familiar with TMS. Sorry, Troublesome. Therapy's a scam by big therapists to sell more therapy couches and man bun scrunchies. Finally, someone's saying the truth. Make sure you go for psychedelics, not psychodelicits. Oh my goodness, Ron. All right. Anyhow, so TSM is magnetic shock treatment. Oh, I don't think I know anything about this. I know that there are a whole bunch of treatments out there, but that one's not one I know. Your regular psychedelic microdosing evolved into full-blown schizophrenia. XP gained. Well done. Oh, goodness gracious. My ex used to microdose. She didn't do drugs. I have a very small penis. Well, you know, that's okay. It's about the motion in the ocean, not that. Moving on. Supervisor is the word. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not actually going to go get mushrooms, guys. I'm not getting mushrooms to treat my anxiety. I would like to make that clear. It's just a little jokey joke. Unless they just legalized psychedelics in America. I did see the exact reason of the mental health benefits they can have. Not the wildest fan myself, but definitely believe in the theory of it and evidence. Yes, I just saw that Joe Rogan was standing behind the president. Isn't that crazy? To see Joe Rogan with the president. Maybe it's not that odd when in the grand scheme of things. But nonetheless. I did see that that it is coming into America, and it's I am a decriminalized drugs kind of person. I know some people are even pro legalization. I don't know if I would be full legalization, but I am definitely pro regulation. So however it gets to there, but my knowledge on how to make these happen is very low. Never tried psilocybin. Never been interested. Yeah, I've never been interested either. It was just a little comment. Did you meet the cosmic serpent? Oh, right. That wasn't for me. My bad. Micro is a relative turn as well. Hi, hello. Joe Rogan is compromised. I'm not going to argue. Just a jokey joke. Screen face of black, running sounds, door slam, exactly. Isn't it specific psychedelics? So that's my understanding as well. But again, I think that it doesn't. I think that there have been for decades research that has been looking into these kinds of things, and so it's all going to be under management. It might mean that it will be turning into something else in the future, but yes, it is a specific types. Unless it's so Sue Heck. Yeah, I've never been compared to Sue Heck until I started live streaming on YouTube, actually. So I don't know why that's the correlation. When I first started streaming, I got Asmongold a lot, for those who know Asmongold. So that one I embraced full-heartedly. But now I have to realize that Sue Heck and I are lookalikes. Since when is Joe a righty? I thought he was always a righty. But I think that's because the people who watch him tend to be right-leaning. But honestly, I haven't watched Joe Rogan, so I can't tell you. I guess I was saying the other day, however, that a lot of people put this binary on left and right. It's like you might be left on these issues, but right on these issues, or ideals maybe is a better word. And so I think that it's a lot more flexible than try to make it out to be. And I think it's healthy to not agree with everything on, well, we're talking America as an example, but it's obviously not exclusive to America. It's very much any major two-party political structure, which is a lot of the countries. But if you vote Democrat, you don't have to agree with everything that Democrats say. And if you vote Republican, you don't have to agree with everything Republicans say as well. The binary is just so ridiculous. Nonetheless, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. Ooh, which girl from Scooby-Doo? Velma or Daphne? And I will accept either because amazing. I started TDCS to improve cognition, but it doesn't work well. Help me a lot to medicate and headaches. I can make the Montagem very easily. I'm not familiar with what a Montagem is, sorry. I know Anne Heck. I don't know that one. Sorry, Ford. But yeah, Sue Heck is from a show called The Middle. She is the girl of the kids in the middle. Oh, enjoy, just yeah. I didn't realize that went to you. Thank you so much. Yes, I am in the UK. Fuck the UK, I agree, but at least it's close to Europe. Monsanto. Oh, it's a company. There we go. You're saying fuck the UK like I'm going to be offended, but I'm not British, so like I don't. Are you happy that you've had an opportunity to express yourself? Is that something that are you feeling good? Daphne, thank you. I just need what do they call it? A headband. What did we do this time? Exist. Internet person, I'm really complimented that you think that I'm big enough that I get that anyone's talking about me on Reddit. I can tell you that my channel is far too small to have any popularity on Reddit whatsoever. But nice try.
I'm doing
And
my part.
if I am being spoken about on Reddit, then please direct me to the thread because I feel like I'm missing out on some juicy goss about myself. Opinion on Epstein. I actually have a pretty hot take on Epstein. Not a good guy. Like I think that I know it's kind of controversial for me to put it out there on a public platform, but I don't think he's a good guy. And in fact, I think bad guy. I would really put it out there. Brave of you, I know. Is she attractive, as in Sue Heck? Well, I guess everything is subjective. I think that she's a cutie, personally. I like Sue Heck a lot. She is depicted, or they try to make her out like someone who is not very attractive, but I think she's cute. I think it's because they often do the like ratty hair and the braces. She's not meant to be depicted as attractive, but she has her little glow up moments. I need to hype up for my assignments. You can do this! Consider the fact that if you just work 15 minutes right now, that is 15 minutes more than you have done previously. Break it up in little bursts. You don't have to be sitting down for 3 hours at a time. You can do this. All you gotta do is just start with a little bit. Set a little Pomodoro timer. If you're not familiar with that, look up Pomodoro timer. But don't go into a rabbit hole of doing that instead of your assignment. The point is that just start with 15 minutes, and then you might find that you'll be on a roll. If 15 minutes is all you squeeze out, that's at least you did 15 minutes, and then have a little break. Do another 15 minutes. Little bursts. As humans, I genuinely don't think that we are meant to be doing these things in long periods of time. Little bursts. You got this. Sue Heck is live. Yeah, times are tough. I can't believe how many people are comparing the Sue Heck. The thing is, I understand it if someone mentions it and then everyone's like, oh my god, yeah, I totally agree. But people coming to that conclusion separate from one another is very fascinating. Yeah, girl in the middle, exactly. It's crazy how many people like that is their first thought that they have. Anyhow, W take is a fire take. Thank you. r/onion. That's where I am on Reddit. Look it up. I mean, it would save me a lot of time if you could just tell me the thread. Thank you for the follows. I missed
I'm
what
doing my part.
the personal beliefs were. Sorry, Kiwi man. Let me know if I need to chime in there at all. Because I have not really been reading all of the messages. Hi, Lars. Good to see you. That's Sue Heck for sure. Hilarious. I think she's very cute, personally. Like, her whole personality as well. She's just a cutie. She's a genuine cutie. Alrighty. Did you say after 15 minutes I'll be rolling? I don't know. I know it. Oh, yes, rolling. And like, you'll get the ball rolling. I know I'm out of shape, but I'm pretty sure I can handle 15 without rolling over. I meant you'll get the ball rolling. Or not you personally, but nonetheless. I'm not in the basement, I'm in the attic. Yeah, if I had braces, then maybe I'd look even more. So I should like, maybe, yeah, that's what it is. Maybe I should get some fake braces. But I can definitely see, the thing is, like, the comparison to Sue Heck, I genuinely see it. I understand it. I think we both, again, people that I get compared to often have these longer faces. Why the long face? And so I do understand it. Good morning, Matthew. Do you know what a headband from the 70s is? I mean, I know what a headband is, but when you're speaking about the 70s in particular, I'm not 100% sure, no. I love Sue Hick as well! Hey, you watched it. I've not actually watched the show myself. I remember when it was on TV, so I've seen the odd episode here or there, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. I just know the, I guess the characters, very, very surface level. I've never kissed a girl. That's okay. Maybe your time will come, or maybe it's not something you're interested in. You look like you teach junior high students. I would hope I don't, though, because no, thank you. If I were to be a teacher, I would much prefer to teach primary school than high school. High school would be an absolute fucking nightmare to teach. No, thank you. Teenagers are scary, okay? You know the song, Teenagers Scare the Living Shit Out of Me? I would not want to be a teacher at a high school. That sounds absolutely painful. Yes, there is a Discord. I'll see if it works, actually, because sometimes I don't think that my bot has been working on YouTube. Well, that didn't work. Are you 26? Close. Very, very close. I will get the Discord link. Thank you, Nine Fox. There we go. If you want to join the Discord, there is the Discord link over on here. Or here, or wherever it is. Yes, My Chemical Romance is the one. And we are going to bring back movie nights. We used to do a lot of movie nights. So if you guys want to come watch some movies with us, I just don't know what time it will be because I like to stream in the morning. For those who are curious, it is 10:45 in the morning for me as of the time of recording. And I don't think I would want to live stream. Sorry, I don't think I would want to do movie night when I would typically live stream. So I'm just not 100% sure what the best time frame would be to do movie nights, but I'm gonna think about it. I won't do one this week because I'm just taking it easy. Oh, maybe I could do one tomorrow if I'm not live streaming tomorrow. I will think about this. Anyway, I will at everyone if there's a movie night. But I want to bring them back in May is my plan. So this is kind of a good segue and answer to your question of AM or PM. Thank you, Alter. Hi, Santa. I was thinking, yes, they are real, but they did cost a lot of money to get straight and white. I have seen this theory, Boba. Pro theory. Oh, I'm not familiar with this one, Gumba. I will look this one up. The Orange Grove, you like it? Thank you, Sean. They're painted on, yeah, exactly. It's actually my PNG tuber teeth. You guys made me oh yeah, gotcha, Q man. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. You guys made me forget my segue. Oh yeah, AML PM. So, for those who were part of the Twitch stream last year, you guys may have remembered that I did a little thing called a May-rathon. It wasn't a little thing. I streamed every single day of May. in hopes to help fundraise for my UK trip, and we absolutely smashed it, and that was incredible. I've actually been thinking about bringing it back. Did you guys see that? Anyway, I was actually thinking of bringing back the Mayathon, where I stream every single day of May, but with no fundraiser intended. The intention is more to kind of find my rhythm and find what I want to stream, especially now that we've branched out into YouTube as well. Bring back some games, of course, and just kind of mess around, and then by June, that's when I can be like, okay, this is what I want my routine to be. And so I really enjoyed the Marathon, and it wasn't even like, obviously I'm so incredibly grateful for what we raised and what that has now achieved for me. Not only did I get to the UK, I've now literally moved to the UK because of it. So I am very, very grateful for the Marathon, but a takeaway that I had was that I actually just really enjoyed going live every day, and I know that it won't be something that I continue forever. So by the time June rolls around, I will not be streaming every single day. But I think what it allowed for me to do was really find what I liked to do, and I think that's kind of what I'm going to look into. And if I have to take a day off, I'll take a day off. But yeah, I was thinking of bringing the Marathon back, so that I could do some extra live streams, bring back reacts for those who remember reacts, bring back games, and just see what happens. Just see what happens. Like I said, I won't be doing this as a fundraiser, and if I do still feel very headachy, it's 10 days away, so we've still got some time. But if I still feel physically or mentally not well, then I won't commit too hard to it. But I think it would be fun. I really enjoyed it. I think you guys enjoyed it. And I think it will help me find like I said, find my routine. And if that's just streaming for a couple hours, like I have been doing, of just chatting and no games, that's okay too. Are you crazy? Yes, definitely. I've been well, thank you. How are you? Yeah, it's a fundraiser. And I think I really enjoy giving myself challenges, I suppose. I think otherwise I get a little bit listless, and don't know what I'm doing. And I think committing to every single day is a way to help me know what I'm doing in a day. So it might be a little bit of a silly thing, but I just enjoyed it, and we'll just see where it goes, Bye-bye. Okay, I will not beg for money. I don't know when I did, but I won't do that. I will continue to not do that. If you're ex Clementine, who is the current one, I guess it depends on the last name, Yes, this is a little kiwi bird. You got it. And in answer to the question, yes, this is like a snow leopard print is what this one is. I've had this for many years. In fact, I got this back in Australia, so it's come all the way to the UK with me. No, it's not a koala with a beak. Koala is not quite as brown. Koala have more of a grey colouring. Keep begging for money? Oh, now I'm getting conflicted messaging. What do I do? Do I not beg for money? Do I start begging for money? I don't know. No, but that being said, I think that I will put a little goal on something that if you guys want to contribute, then that will be awesome. But I will have that up for next stream. What is your native language? English. So I am from New Zealand, but I have a very formal accent. My dad is German, so I can speak a little bit of German, but I am not fluent in it. And I wouldn't say it has affected my accent, if that's what you're trying to figure out. Please say, oh, okay, so we can beg money. We can beg for money, but for you guys. Ooh, that's a good idea. I like this plan. Guys, can you please... No, don't actually do... If anyone actually gives money, I will feel guilty because I feel like I can't pass it on. So, here, squawk. Anyway, please send money to those in the community who are asking for it. What kind of stream is this? We just kind of read messages and be silly. It's not that deep. It really isn't. It's just we talk about shit that you guys bring up, basically. How about a goal for an IRL beach stream? I still want to do an IRL beach stream because I have a gremlin that needs to build a sandman. So, no!
Begging successful. Kidding.
Thank you. Oh goodness, I should do this more often. That was golly. Thank you, Quokka. Thank you. I don't have any words. My headache is coming back. Oh, I don't know why the grapes didn't work, Kiwi man. They should have. Okay. All right. A sign of happiness, yeah. I might just send money just because of the squawk. Quack. Kiwi birds don't really squawk, though. They're more like... I don't know how to do a Kiwi noise. Is New Zealand friends with USA? I think so. Yeah. I mean, they've got trade and... I guess they're kind of a part of NATO in a way. What do they call it? It's not NATO specifically. Anyway, it depends what you constitute as friend. No, I'm not studying in the UK, GameStoner. I just wanted to travel Europe, and it's much easier to travel Europe when you're in Europe rather than in New Zealand or Australia. You could ask a question, but if it's not in English, you probably won't answer. That's also a good point. Smiling at the camera is a telltale sign. Smiling too much is the obvious sign of being crazy. It's true. It's true. I am agreeing. I know what I'm like online. I know what I'm like offline. There are definitely some loose screws, okay? Get a can of spare change and shake it when you beg for money, please, please. No, guys. I've said this already. I'm very lucky that my housemate is not charging me rent. So everything that has been happening, I'm comfortable. I guess when I have been getting donations, I've been trying to build on my equipment, I suppose. Eventually it'll go into my trips for overseas and whatnot. So thank you guys. I really, really appreciate it. I do. I'm feeling very bashful. So anyhow, suitable for all occasions. Thank you, Sheba. Hi, Dr. Bendover. Well, I'm in a chair. It makes it a little bit harder, you know? Thank you guys for all the compliments. Yo, hi, Joe. Welcome back. I was thinking a lot today. I think I'd like to live in Norway. I've heard Norway is gorgeous, so I think you've chosen well. Norway is my friend's favorite country. If she asks for money, mind your own fucking business. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Very crazy for you. I'm very stupid, but also small. Nice. Nice. Do you think crabs think fish can fly? Ooh, I've never thought about that before. No, I do not. Because crabs can exit the water and get snatched up by birds that actually can fly. So seagulls maybe not seagulls because they have the webbed feet, right? But there are birds that will get crabs and then they will drop them so that they break open and then they'll eat their innards. So crabs do know that flying exists outside of the water because they can leave the water. There we go. That is my analysis on this questioning. I think ducks are fish in airplanes. Cute. What's the tea? Ooh, the tea. The tea is... Let me think of some tea. About me personally or tea in general? Because if we're thinking tea in general, I've been watching all the Saikuno stuff. I've been sipping good on that, I tell you what. But tea for me... I don't really have any tea for me other than, like, good news, you know. I'm gonna D&D this week. I'm planning some trips. I haven't really been in any scandals recently, so I don't know about me. Yeah, that I don't know why the grapes didn't work and they should have. So don't know. I'm a bot. Same. I mean, what? No, I'm not. New Zealand is friends with USA, then I would like to travel and visit there. Oh, yes, yeah, plenty of Americans travel to New Zealand. The visa situation should be pretty easy. It's just a tourist visa. I think that it's probably easier for an American to go to New Zealand. I I'm not 100% sure, but it should be pretty easy. If I'm to visit America, all I have to do is pay for the ESTA. And so I'd assume it's pretty similar from Americans going to New Zealand. And so lots of American tourists. It's just very far away and very expensive. So make sure that you're prepared for that if you are going to go. We're donating so you can vacation. Exactly. Otherwise, I have to go live every single day. I think that's actually not a bad way of looking at it. It's like I will keep doing what I'm doing, and it funds me buying food for myself. However, the donations can go to be like, take a break. Like you know, take a break. You're allowed to take a day off. If smiling all the time is a sign of lunacy, y'all must be making me crazy at every stream. That's very cute. That's very, very, very cute. Thoughts on smegma? I mean, I think it's pretty natural, but make sure you're cleaning it afterwards, you know? I think that's turtles, not crabs. No, it's crabs too, I swear. Can fish see water? We can't see air. I guess their eyes would be a little bit different. I'm sure that a marine biologist would be able to answer that. I did finish my tea. My tea is done. Do birds think airplanes are the big predator of the sky? Yes, absolutely. Especially when they get sucked up into the propellers. Crabs can swim. They go up and yeah, exactly. They can go up and down in the water. Crabs are usually soft enough for birds to fuck up. Okay, never mind then. Crabs think floating is for losers. That's hilarious. The birds still catch you either way. Yeah, bot is triggering in Twitch chat. Oh, okay. I just can't see it on my end. That must be what's going on. Sorry. Okay. Oh, it's working. Sorry. My Siri is trying to say hi. Hi sis, how you going? Did you find the UK more or less expensive than New Zealand? New Zealand, I would say... I think New Zealand is more expensive. New Zealand is... because of the things that... when you are traveling New Zealand, I think that's where a lot of the cost is accrued as well. So it's already a very expensive flight, but then everything around New Zealand is expensive too. Thank you for the compliments, guys. What time is it? It just turned 11 a.m., Matthew. Good afternoon. New Zealand is expensive because it's so far away, but also when you're there, it's expensive. Oh, yeah, I missed what Moomins was, sorry. She is nice and real. Well, don't let that fool you. Maybe I'm not real. Lobsters and mermaids to scorpions. That's so cute. I love that. That's so cute. Aww. Yeah, how do we know I'm not AI? That's something that has been spammed over and over again this month. I'm well, thank you, Nipton. Watching from Ireland. Top of the morning to you. I went to Ireland just in November. Only in Dublin, though, so I'd like to explore more of Ireland. Seagulls and some other coastal birds frequently drop crabs and clams. Nailed it! Other shellfish as well. Behavior is designed to break the hard shells on the rocks. There we go. Well, we learned. There aren't many countries I'd like to visit, but New Zealand is one of them. Hey, and the Guinness Brewery. I didn't go into the Guinness Brewery, but I did walk past it, and there are a lot of horses, and I got very excited because I didn't expect horses to be around there. So keep that in mind when you go to Dublin. That there will be a lot of horses, and you can pay for them to take you around the city, which is quite cute. Thank you for the hydrate. Are you in trouble? Always. Yeah, New Zealand is expensive, but I love it too. I use CGI, not CGI, but other things. New Zealand is expensive because they want to keep out the riffraff, but Australians still visit. Well, I suppose they're close enough, you know. Have New Zealand a different price for tourists as well as to the residents? No. It's all the same price, but that's the problem, is that it's very expensive. And so a lot of New Zealanders really struggle with the cost of living because of that. Is British like arts? I don't know what you mean by that, sorry. Ban that guy? Yeah, the mods are onto it. The mods do a lot of work, don't get me wrong. The problem is that the multi-chat bot that I use still needs some work. So I might have to give a little feedback to the person who runs it. Hi, Twinkie. Would you rather sing everything you say or only be able to whisper? Oh, sing for sure. I wish my life was a musical. That would sound great. Good morning. How are you a real redhead? So genetics, I guess. I'm not a horse girl. The allegations are false, I tell you what. Arts can be a charity organization. So is British like art? So is British like a charity organization? No. Yeah, I'm the latest and greatest VFX technology. That's the one. I use the same technology that Code Miko uses. She laughs all the time. That's because you guys make me laugh. That's not my fault. You look so 4K HDR. I shouldn't. I only stream in 1080. You'd like me then? My nickname is Pony. Hilarious. But no, I'm not a horse girl. I just like animals in general. That's the thing, is my excitement to see the horses was not because they were horses. That was because they were animals. I just find animals in general very exciting, you know? You don't sound like you could ever get into trouble. Yeah, I play by the rules. I'm pretty boring and vanilla in that way. I like to follow rules. I get very anxious if I'm not following the rules, and therefore it's pretty hard to get in trouble if I am following the rules all the time. I suppose the only way I would get in trouble would be social things, and then if you don't social, you don't get in trouble. Am I right? You have the most befuddling accent. Yes, I know. It is strange. I'm a New Zealander, and I speak very formally as a New Zealander. So I say that the South African and New Zealand accents are somewhat familiar. Do ASMR? I don't do ASMR. Regarding your multi-chat bot, I know another streamer who got spanked by YouTube. Oh no, so that's changed now. So a few months ago, Twitch has changed their rules to allow for multi-chat. The only thing is that you're still responsible for whatever is said on other platforms as if it were said on Twitch. So that is why we still need to moderate. But Twitch now allows for multi-chat mixing. Yeah, so I did make sure to look into it because I know that people were slapped on the wrist a while ago. Yeah, I'm a New Zealander who lived in Australia, now in the UK, but I did acting training, so I learnt some American and British accents on top of that, but I honestly think it's just that I speak very formally. I like that word now. That was said earlier today. New Zealand's about 800 kilometers closer to Melbourne than Perth is. That's hilarious. No wonder people go there instead of Perth. Oof. King Charles III got so much land. He did indeed. Chaotic good? No, I think that I'm more lawful. I don't like not following the rules. It makes me very nervous. I don't want to get in trouble. Least favorite animal? I haven't thought about least favorite animal. I always know my favorite animal, red panda. But my least favorite? I guess any animal I don't know doesn't count because then I'm just indifferent to them. You don't know if you don't know. So it has to be one that I'm aware of that I can then be like, ugh, every time this animal comes up, it just makes me frustrated. I don't know. I have to think about it. No, you've made me curious. It makes it. If I were more in a one-on-one conversation, I would probably think about that more. It's like a icebreaker in a way. But when we've got so many other things coming in, that'll be an offline thought that I look into. I'll see if I can remember it for next time, Joe. What are some of your favorite events you've seen live? Oh, I'm not really a live person. I get quite overstimulated when it comes to noises, and so it's very hard for me to go to music events and especially festivals. Definitely not raves, but Hans Zimmer live, that would be cool. And Hamilton. However, if you're including musicals like Hamilton, I love musicals. I think that it's not overstimulating for me because it's something that I can expect. I suppose I'm like prepared for the music that's coming in. So, Hades Town, I went to in the West End last year, and I loved it. It was so good. So basically, any musical I love. But yeah, I'm not really one to go to live bands, for example. It just is a little bit much for me. Responsible? I wouldn't say I'm responsible. I just don't like getting in trouble. You should set your rules and follow them so you don't get anxious. Oh God, you actually raise a good point. Would you rather sneeze every time you try and talk or fart every time you sit down? I think fart every time you sit down, because if you're trying to sneeze every time I'm talking, then you cannot talk anymore, right? And socialization and conversation is such a massive part of our lives, and so I think the sneezing would be very problematic and would influence it. Whereas if you fart every time you sit down, you just know how to manage that. If you're in an area where you would feel like it would be a bit inappropriate for you to fart, then you can just stand up. Or the only thing is like figuring out whether it's going to be a super loud one or a super quiet one. It would be like a bit of a roulette, but you know that you're going to fart every time you sit down, so you can manage that. That's what I think. Hades down, well, I Hades nuts, got him. Thank you for the compliments. Much appreciated. I wanted to see reason for birds dropping talk incoming. The story of this is the birds dropping animals to eat them. The story of an eagle dropping a tortoise on a man's head refers to the alleged death of the ancient Greek tragedian. These are words I cannot say. Aeschylus in 458 to 456 BC, often cited as the ultimate allegory for the inescapability of fate and the irony of life. Damn, rough. Rough. According to legend recounted by ancient writers such as the Pliny and the Elder and the Valerius Maximus, events symbolize that one cannot outsmart destiny, as the very precautions taken to avoid death can lead directly to it. That's only if you believe in destiny, though. Am I right? Isn't it crazy Twitch only just allowed you to combine chat? Is it crazy? I think it's probably just this recognition of a changing space. Twitch is now got competition, and they have to figure out whether or not they can keep their people with them. Obviously, things like Kick have seen that people are moving away from Twitch, and so I think that is why they've realized that they need to adapt as well, and allowing for multi-streaming and multi-chat is a way for that. So I think that is probably just pretty normal that it's this eventual progression. Can you say something Māori but in a formal English manner? No, because I don't know what that would sound like. Kia ora. Because I don't know how to do. I don't know how to butcher the Maori pronunciation. Kia ora, ko Clementine toko ingoa, ke te pēhia koe. Hello, my name is Clementine. How are you? I don't know how to do an English accent on Maori words, unfortunately. I've never thought about it. Come to Dubai. Okay, that sounds fun. I've only been to Dubai once, and I was very, very ill, so I had to stay in the hotel the whole time. Not getting a sneeze out is the bloody worst, isn't it just? You can say fart and it sounds fancy. I've never thought about it. It's just a rhyming word for art. I guess art, fart, fat. There's me lost all meaning. I didn't know Clementine. I feel like somebody can understand me if we're talking about Twitch streams. When a person is playing music in the background has loud notifications, I can't deal. I've had to leave streams because of it. Yeah, that's why I don't have any music on my streams. I think I may bring some back. At least on Twitch's end, because I know that some people like. That's why I usually have lo-fi if I have anything. But I know that some people like it. That wall isn't real. Damn, you really pick it. Just during the live. What about farts? Well, you know, I don't know. I don't know. You're not the first person to ask me if I would date an Arab. Literally, even this stream. I have no preference on ethnicity. 1111, make a wish. I didn't say it out loud. I'm from New Zealand. Hi from Brazil. Hello. Do you watch anime? Not actively, but I like anime. So I have watched anime in the past, and there's some great anime out there. But honestly, I don't watch a lot of things. I'm just kind of finding myself getting back into it. I've just been watching Euphoria in preparation for season 3, and then I'll be watching The Boys. So it's not that I don't like anime. I just often am not really watching a lot in general. What are people migrating to outside Twitch and Kick? I guess YouTube, even yourself being on YouTube, Boxman. What else is there? TikTok lives exist, but I think they're a different ballpark from migrating from Twitch. Rumble, there's another one that's called Rumble. And there's another one that's escaping me. But we've only just branched out to YouTube this month. And it's been good for a lot of things, but it's been overwhelming for other reasons too. Aotearoa is a good one to say. You'd have to mispronounce the Maori. I can't. I cannot do it. I think by principle I cannot do it. It just is not. I can't do it. I can't do it. Hello from California. I'm from New Zealand. Hi Silva, welcome back. Small eyes. I missed what they said to say that they have small eyes. Yes, this is a little kiwi bird. You got it. From where I'm from, Cowboy Bebop. It was very good. We watched Cowboy Bebop in the Discord actually. More concise explanation. Okay, so an oracle warned Aeschylus that he would die by a falling object. To avoid this, he stayed indoors, but an eagle, mistaking his bald head for a rock, dropped a tortoise on him to break its shell, causing a fatal injury. That's hilarious. Okay, now that makes more sense why you're sharing all of these things in Destiny and whatnot. I love these moral stories. I think they're so great. The only question I would ask is if you date me, but I don't really want to know the answer because it'd probably make me sad. Yes, I can say that I don't tend to gravitate to dating people that are in the chat. I know that some content creators end up in relationships with viewers, and it does happen. But I know that the people that I will end up in a relationship with are probably people that I've met outside of live streaming, admittedly. But sorry, you said you didn't want to know the answer, but I already read your message out loud, so now I have to answer it seriously. Do you know who it was the war that made me think you are in the UK? Really? That's so funny. Very British brickwork because it's so bad. My time is now. You got this. Oh, Facebook Live. I forgot about Facebook. And thank you so much for the subscriptions and the follows as well on both platforms. The Boys is so good. Don't give me any spoilers. I will get around to it, okay? You do a really good Boston, New England accent. The car. Yeah, I'm walking here. Gotta get into the car. No, I don't know. Are you from the Vaterland? 9. I haven't watched Euphoria 3. I've been rewatching season 2. I've only got 2 episodes of season 2. And I will admit that this is one that I've been watching with my roommate. And so it's that's why I've been rewatching seasons 1 and 2 as well, because I hadn't seen them. And so I might not get through 3 very quickly, although it is releasing week to week. Hey, so I'll see. But anyway, I love Maddie. I do. Even in what she goes through in season 2, I'm like, oh, you poor thing. Anywho, I love your bird. I love my bird too. Maori. Yeah, it sounds so gross. So, blah. I'm sorry I answered. Maori. Anyway. Our love was not meant to be outrageous. You're from Mumbai. Please date me. If you're willing to come to my country, then I will go on a date with you. You travel often? I hadn't in the past, but the plan is to travel more now that I'm in Europe. So I'm going to Copenhagen in June, Spain in July, and Iceland in August. But I don't have any plans in May. So that is why I thought that we could just do extra live streams in May in the meantime. And I've just gone on a road trip to the Balkans as well. So Croatia, Slovenia. And that was really fun. You're live on YouTube as well as on Twitch. Yes, yeah. So just those 2. I don't have Kick or anything else at this stage. And I think that migrating to or multi-streaming to YouTube has been a lot. So I think I'll just stick to these 2 for a while. Oh, Invincible is one I want to watch eventually as well. I hear it's very, very good. Joe, I probably will take tomorrow off just because I've been a bit unwell with headaches and stuff. So I've been breaking up my live streams with a rest in between. So I likely won't be live tomorrow. But the day after is the plan. So hopefully that answers your question. Same time though, same time as what I am now. I haven't been to Paris yet. It's not high on my list, admittedly. France is, but Paris is not. Yes, the new seasons of Boys have dropped, but they're releasing episodes weekly, so you'll be able to catch up nice and quickly. It's not fully out. It's not fully out. You can't binge watch it. It's just coming out week by week. One of the houseiest things I tell YouTubers I work with is date away from the internet, date away from any social media space that allows for separate identity and a healthy disconnect from work. Sean? Absolutely. So when I first started streaming, for the years I was streaming on Twitch, I did have a partner. And I found that it was really nice to have our private time and not feel like they were a part of streaming. And like when I end stream here, I have my life, and this is now even applicable today. I end stream here and I have my life offline as well. I can bring you guys stories, obviously, but I don't want to feel like the people that I am frequenting in my life have to be now a part of my stream too, because I absolutely agree. Natural redhead is rare, isn't it just? I just got live this week. Congratulations. That's huge. Kia ora. Welcome from New Zealand. I love how many New Zealanders have been joining since we've been on YouTube as well. I am from New Zealand, but I'm in the UK nowadays, Mike. And I've just been loving seeing how many people are from New Zealand. Watch blow. I was going to say blow fry. That is called a spoonerism. Watch bro fly to Southampton. That honestly, I feel like if they fly to Southampton, I would have to do the date. I will say that. I think that commitment is admirable enough to go on the date. Genuinely, it's a little bit obsessive or a little bit crazy, but sometimes people just gotta shoot their shot, you know. What is it you do to travel so far away? Literally just live streaming. But I don't have any rent expenses. The person I'm living with, they own their place, and so they are very kind to not force me to pay rent. And so that alone is why I'm able to be a full-time live streamer. And the money that does get donated to the channel, I just try to put into a little savings account and then that will go towards my travels. And and last year I've talked about this on my live stream before. For those who are new as well, you can hear a little bit about this. When I was full-time live streaming back in Australia, I did put a lot of pressure on the community and on the stream to be making money, because it did need to pay for everything. And I feel a lot more relaxed now that I don't have to pay rent. And so that's why I don't have any goals at the moment, or sub goals, or events that I'm running to try and help me pay for my lifestyle and pay for living. But that's why it's a lot easier to do now that I don't have rent as well. So it's just about doing it for fun. That's why I can do what I do. So I think that is something to just be aware of, that I don't earn a lot of money. I can tell you that. But I am able to full-time live stream because I don't have a lot of overhead expenses. And that would not be something that a lot of people would be able to do. So yeah, that is that is the answer to adding to that. Donates $500. Thank you so much. That's so kind. And another $30 as well. Oh my goodness. YouTube audience or Twitch audience, which one would you choose based on humor? It's the hard thing to say, Creative Consort, is that I have been streaming on Twitch for so many years now that we've built a really beautiful community that know my humor. And so I think that at the moment I would say Twitch, because they know my humor and we are able to bounce off each other, whereas the YouTube audience is new, obviously. And I think that the bad eggs are bad apples are spoiling it because YouTube has very little moderation compared to Twitch, and so a lot of the bulk of people on YouTube are very crass or inappropriate, and so it's very difficult to say that they're being humorous. I think that new chatters, I think, and Twitch tend to have a little bit more of a chill vibe. You look like AI. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's really kind. Good morning. Y'all are fruitcakes, exactly as in the name. I slightly prefer Invincible over The Boys. Yes, I've heard. You're not the first person I've heard say this, actually. Young Justers. That's cute. What topics or content do you usually cover? Usually it's basically whatever someone asks, and so people will bring up the most random things, and we like to take them seriously. But we go on tangents. I wouldn't say that there's any one thing that I discuss. In the past, I did try to do a lot more philosophy, but I found that I put too much pressure on trying to think of things to discuss, and so I find that it's much easier to just let it flow, as it were. Mumbai to Southampton, yeah, let's see what happens. Are you in my walls? You're not the first person who's asked me that. I'm actually in someone else's walls. YouTube chat. Where was this? YouTube chat is fucking wild. Yeah, it is. Exactly right. Yes, my accent is very, very mixed. Did you time travel back to the Seinfeld? I did indeed. I don't have any goals at the moment. Who are you? Me? I'm reading both, always interesting. It's never, that's the thing, is I think YouTube is very entertaining, but I wouldn't say humorous. I think it's a different type of entertainment, you know. I do like video games. I plan to return to playing video games, but on YouTube, it'll be on the Xclem Plays YouTube channel rather than on this Xclementine channel. So I'll keep those separate. I am German Maori is my ethnicity. Purple app, yeah. Purple app, Twitch is just, they're a lot more familiar and just chill. My goal is to have shit paid off and keep being financially independent. It's the little things. You got this, you got this. Would you say the brick wall upstages you? Absolutely. And more people comment on the brick wall than my hair. It's like, oh, goodness. It's pronounced Stockholm Syndrome. Adorable. Have you thought about a nose job? I have many times, actually, but I'm trying to, I couldn't afford it, you know. Do you guys used to eat kangaroo meat? Yes, kangaroo meat is easily available in Australian supermarkets. And so it's not even about the outback. If you go to Australia right now, you can go to any supermarket like Coles or Woolworths, and there will be kangaroo burgers, sausages, steaks. It is a very common thing. Kangaroos are everywhere in Australia. They are not endangered, and sometimes they even need to be culled because of how many there are, and therefore kangaroo meat does end up in the supermarket. Even today, 2026, it's not a weird thing. There's just that many people, that many kangaroos there. Watching from Nigeria, very cool. Gonna have to apologize. Leaving North Coast 500 video post in Discord. Yes, thank you, Sean. That will help remind me to check it out as well. Not originally from the UK, but that's where I live, Gordo. We need to train you guys. Yeah, that's the 1-9 Fox. We just need to train the YouTubers. But honestly, there have been some wonderful YouTubers that have YouTube audience members who have joined in. I've seen some of you guys come back. It's really exciting to see. So thank you for expanding the community. A lot of you guys are fitting in really, really well with our Twitch community. So I do appreciate that. We're just still figuring out what things look like, and we're going to try and get some help and assistance with managing the YouTube as well. So it's we're learning. It's just like starting fresh again. And so when I first started on Twitch, for example, we had to figure out moderating. I think a lot of the trolls, let's say, gravitate towards inexperienced streamers, because those are the people that tend to get very flustered, and it's really sad because it just shows that people are preying on vulnerable people, right? And so we're just learning, and I just kind of look at it like, if I don't let it get to me, then they don't get the satisfaction anyway. Is that your real hair? Yes, yes. This is all natural. It changes depending on the light. My eyebrows are also real. Some people say that my hair's dyed because it doesn't match my eyebrows, but in fact, I'm glad that that's the case, because if you've ever seen very light blonde or very red eyebrows, it can make it look like you have no eyebrows. So I got very, very lucky that my eyebrows are brown, because it looks like I color them basically so that I have eyebrows. Although I was thinking this morning I should probably pluck my monobrow, but that'll be a after stream thing. But yes, my mother would kill me if I dye my hair, so I shan't be changing that. It's lawless land, but at least it's not Instagram. Yeah, that's the thing. There's always something worse, right? I think that TikTok is that as well. You sound American too. Yeah, there are some things that I sound that do sound a little bit American as well. But I tell you what, like, I have a moderator who is doing fucking work, and it makes me feel kind of sad because they can't really contribute to chat when they're just working so hard. There are so many deleted messages here that I can see, and so many people that are getting banned constantly, and hopefully we can get some assistance over on the YouTube as well. I've never visited India, not yet anyway. When you talk, just learn to breathe. There we go. You're very open and vivacious. Ooh, and that's an adjective I've not heard before for me, so thank you. That's very kind. A nose for your nose, exactly. Keen on the extra income, yeah, exactly. Why did I put in timeout for asking if you're a wild and crazy spirit? I don't know, man. Sometimes it can be auto-modded. I'm trying to balance the moderating on my end as well, but it's hard. It's hard. Nine Fox is just doing good work. Charlie's dad. I don't know which Charlie you're speaking of. Yes, I am Pop Maori, exactly. You know, Mike. Kangaroo meat is arguably the healthiest red meat. Oh my gosh, that I did not know. I've only eaten it a couple times and I wasn't a big fan. I believe the YouTube audience are called frogs. I did not know that. YouTube frogs. I feel like I've heard it before, but I would have thought that was just something that like a specific creator has done rather than YouTubers in general. Oh, there you go. 9 Foxes shared. Q, just the letter Q followed by 4 silent letters. Isn't that crazy? It's like the silent letters are waiting for their turn to be able to be said, but I guess they're just in the queue. What's best, stoicism, absurdist, nihilism, or is that meant to be nihilism? I think that you may have swapped the N and H over, or just a belief in God. I think they all have their benefits and pros and cons. I'm not familiar with absurdist, so maybe that will be the one if I learn more about it. I think I'm more of a fan of stoicism or the nihilism. We spoke very briefly about nihilism last stream. The nihilism of if nothing matters, then you should do anything rather than shouldn't do anything. Anyhow. Should we watch back some of the YouTube VOD? It's amazing how few chatters remain in the VOD. I think we have a mentality match, so I'll be on Twitch. Yeah, Twitch, if you guys are watching on YouTube, I will say that Twitch is the better experience, but I know that some people are watching on vertical, and so I know that can be a nicer on watching. But Twitch, you have more emotes, you have channel points when we reintroduce them. It's just I've worked on Twitch a lot longer, and so it's a more polished experience. Kangaroo meat is very lean, that's why it's healthy, but maybe not so tasty. Yes, the same way that people don't like vegetables because it's not necessarily tasty, depending on how you cook them. DiCaprio or Johnny Depp? Probably DiCaprio. God bless Shiloh Hendricks. I'm not familiar with Shiloh Hendricks, sorry. How do you feel about Crocodile Dundee? Only one right answer. You call that an answer? No, I was trying to think of any quote whatsoever. Crocodile Dundee, I will admit, I've never actually watched the movies, but iconic piece of cinema and pop culture, so we love it. Hedonism, yeah, let's go hedonism above all, right? Not much fat on a root. Yeah, kanga bangers. If you ever need help on the YouTube side moderating, oh, thank you, Sean. That's really kind. I keep select to a few channels or non-stop and actually edit and manage a couple. Oh my God, 100,000. Oh my gosh. And you're liking it. Thank you. Well, that's really kind. We're definitely going to look at recruiting some help. But I do appreciate the offer straight off the bat. That's really sweet. My wife. I did try Ukanga Bangers. Yes, I did. It's such a good name, and I think for that reason alone, it's good. But I'm not a huge sausage person. I was trying to think about how to phrase that without it being taken out of context, but I just realized that I couldn't. I'm not big on sausage, guys. Just putting it out there. I'm not big on sausage, other than maybe a Frankfurter, but I don't eat that anymore since I turned vegetarian. And I found that I can't tell the difference between different sausages anyway. If it's pork or beef or kangaroo, it's all just a sausage to me. Big fan of Friedrich Nietzsche. There we go. Good choice. I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. Justice for our watch streaks. No, I'm glad we don't have them. Soccer or rugby? I mean, as a New Zealander, I should say rugby, but I do think I prefer soccer personally. You get to have the streamer, which is watching a couple of ads on Twitch. Also this. Although we've got a lot of new subscribers, so thank you guys on YouTube for subscribing. I think we're very close to being able to add memberships already. Not that I would expect anyone to need a membership because I don't think we have advertisements available on the channel, but nonetheless, it's cool to see such a rapid growth, I suppose. So thank you guys for trialing out the channel, I guess. I can help with YouTube money. Oh, thank you. Come back. Guarantee I'll be there every time. Fair enough. But I do appreciate that. Proper Ginger. She's no fan of Jimmy Dean. I don't think I've ever watched a James Dean film ever either. Yeah, I'm a vegetable girl. I eat vegetables, but not meat. Not sure how YouTube recommended your channel to me, but I'm glad it did. Oh, thank you, Laffy. Oh, thank you. Very kind message. I can listen to you all day. You sound fun. I subscribed. Had to go. Yes, go enjoy your day. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I'll probably be hopping off in half an hour or so. I didn't want to do a super long stream today. Don't eat. Okay. Roctifus, good to see you. I do know that knifey spoony thing, but I can't recall. So basically in Crocodile Dundee, they have the, like, you call that a knife. This is a knife. But in The Simpsons, when they go to Australia, they do a parody of it where the Crocodile Dundee pulls out a spoon and is like, this is a knife. And Lisa goes, that's not a knife, that's a spoon. And he goes, I see you've played knifey spoony before. It's so random. It's just, why is that a joke that was written? And yet it's so funny and has managed to live on for probably over a decade, if not over 2 decades now, you know? I've come to terms I won't be able to maintain a good watch streak. Good thing we don't have watch streaks on Twitch anymore. What do you usually talk about? Usually whatever people bring up. So it's typically about my accent and about my hair and whether or not I will date people. And it gets very tiresome. I think that whereas on Twitch we've managed to not get a lot of those kinds of comments, which is great. And so it's I very much compare what I talk about based on what people bring to me. So... And you guys, if you do come back, you'll hear me say this over and over again. I compare what I do to catching up with a friend over coffee. You don't necessarily know what you're going to talk about, but you always find something to talk about. And I feel like in terms of clean and rewatchable content, it's really hard to create into, I guess, like a YouTube video. But live streaming and YouTube videos are very different things. And so, I don't know, people turn up and have a chat, a korero, if it were, and I enjoy that, and people seem to enjoy that, and that's what we do. I don't know how it would be like if things were moving a lot faster and it's a lot more of me talking at camera, but in the meantime, at the level we are, we're just kind of vibing with one another. Yeah. Holy brick, indeed. Venison deer meat is very healthy. I can imagine that for sure. You're in the UK now, you need to call it football. Also true, but I know other people still don't, so I'm trying to cater to the masses, you know? You also have VOD content on your YouTube channel, as well as some Let's Plays and random amazing videos. What? You're crazy. You have a radio voice. Oh, thank you. I do appreciate that. I think I'd do okay on radio. People have suggested I try podcasting, but I wouldn't know what I would talk about as a podcaster. I only made 3 James Dean films. Oh, okay. Oh, he only made 3. Gotcha. Really? How is he so popular then? Crazy. Supermodel, thank you. That's kind. Love the bricks. I'm in an attic, actually. Why do you look so happy? I'm doing what I love and people make me happy. And, you know, as soon as I end stream, I get very depressed. No, I'm kidding. That was being a bit dramatic. I just, whenever I go live, I love what I do. And it's pretty easy to be happy when you're in that. It's stupid, but it's funny because it's stupid. Yeah, Knifey Spoony, that's the one. Your hair's smooth and shiny. Thank you. And if you're AI, also this. Besides the World Cup, this media is the only one I've watched at 4 in the morning. Thank you, Oscar. Now that is a compliment. Yo, how you going, Raj? Oh, Thanatos. Cool. Back when Simpsons was still good, hilarious. Do you notice I haven't left? Thank you for being here then. No, I don't tend to notice when people pop off. I kind of hope I kind of try to leave that up to someone to decide when they don't want to chat anymore, you know? How about movies? I mean, I love movies. We do movies in the Discord channel every now and again. And yes, indeed, got the comparisons to Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind. At least I don't. It's Kate Winslet, right? Who plays Clementine. Imagine one reason is because they weren't willing to show someone pulling a knife on a little girl. Funny. Yeah, you might be onto something there. Yeah, come join us in the Discord. Thank you, Boba, for the plugs. I have played Knifey Spoony before. Okay, you should see it on the Clock app lives. The repetition is much worse. Clock app lives. I don't think I know this one. Anyway, hi, do you remember me? What is this game? Croissant all the way over banana bread. I freaking love croissants. They're so good. I never watched the series Lost, but I know what you're talking about. You look like AI. Thank you. How's James Dean so popular? Have you seen him? Yeah, as soon as I said it, I was like, okay, I think I know. Do you have a favorite dad joke? People who don't know the difference between entomologists and etymologists bug me in ways that I just can't put into words. But I suppose that's not really a dad joke. It's more just a nerd joke. Dad joke, favorite dad joke. I do like the impasta. That's always fun. Camera cuts a single tear falls. Classic comedian. Exactly. I remember the whole meta of YouTube changed a while ago. Authenticity and large net content is better than niche produced pre-planned content. Can think Samsung. Oh, I'm not familiar with them. Okay, being yourself is the content, exactly. And I feel like I don't really know how to do anything else. I would like to branch out into trying some other things, and I have been trying, not over the last month, but I think I'm just learning what it is that I do, and what I do is turn up and chat, you know? I don't know what molderable means, so I don't know if that is going to make you take back what you're saying. Molderable. Let me look this up. Just manners, yeah. For tapping your partner's head. Okay. Hi. Instructions unclear. Hired an etymologist to teach me about bugs. Get a habit of saying the nicknames for when streamers are multi-live. Gotcha. Great joke. Thank you. It's not an original, but it is a good one. Hey, do you want to go grab a croissant? A croissant? Okay, favorite dad joke from Kiwi Man. Do you know why cemeteries have fences around them? Because people are just dying to get in. That is a good one. What do you call friends that go to lunch together? I don't know. What do you call friends that go lunch together? I do have a very good video speak, very fast and very clear. There we go. Nightbot laughs if someone says lull, I think it is. Yeah, if someone says lull, then it laughs. There you go. I'm professional and going to work. Best place in the world, New York. There we go. Cosmetic surgery. Ooh, look at you. My favorite joke to see if people are the same type of silly of me is, how do you tell how heavy a chili pepper is? You give it away, give it away, give it away now. Yes, exactly. So I think that is all of the types of jokes that one finds funny. So the entomologist joke is kind of an easy segue to be like, if you understand this, we're probably going to get along. If you don't understand it, then that's okay too. But it's just that, I have multitudes of humor. I promise. Where the fuck you from? New Zealand. Where the fuck you from? We found maybe too precocious. I'm not meaning nothing bad there. Just have a good day. Precocious. It's like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Anyway, you have a good day. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have pretty long hair. Thank you. It would make a good leash. Probably not, to be honest. I feel like... Probably not. Oh, look at you. There we go. It worked that time. See, I didn't change anything, so it should have worked the previous time. I do have a joke that's greater than a right angle, but most of it oh my god, I couldn't read it out loud. Most find it too obtuse. That's a cute joke. Well, actually, it's not a cute joke, but I had to throw it in there somewhere. Oh, my darling. Hi, Trails. They're super quiet, are they? Well, I'm probably not going to do much about it. I miss the old Kanye. Well, I feel like you're not alone in that. He made some great music, At least you have good vocabulary. I try to expand on my vocabulary as well. I like trying to find the perfect word for a sentence. I think I'm your first Indian Kerala subscriber. I'm not familiar with Kerala. Sorry, you might have to teach me that one. How do you get Pikachu on a bus? You Pokemon! That one dad joke was a bad joke. Is that not what dad jokes are? Ones were warriors! No! It is not chill. It is not chill whatsoever. Lord of the Rings, however, that one we can understand. That one, that really gets a girl going. Good afternoon. Hello. Why did they get banned? I don't know. I missed what happened, but hi, Crimson. I hate TikTok and social media. We're more performative than open, I feel. I miss when internet had dedicated websites like fan sites or geeky group chats. Yeah, or even just Tumblr, I can understand it. I do think that the thing is, something that I've been mulling over, and maybe you guys can help me out with this, is there is such a large performative aspect. Even people who are doing like prank videos, they're faking it, etc. But there is another aspect that I think I hear very few people speak about, and that is the fact that some people, I think, are just authentically odd. And so there are these very strange content creators that I think that is just who they are. And so people will think it's performative. I'm like, no, I think that's just who they are. So the access and reach that we have now to see more of these oddballs is available to us. And it's like, what? That person is probably fake. They're probably a persona. They're probably putting it on. I'm like, well, maybe we just have the ability to meet this person now, Maybe I'm off there, but it's something I've been mulling over. There are many, I don't want to say horrible people, but yes, there are definitely a lot of horrible people who are also now getting platformed. But odd. I didn't want to put like people who are super sassy maybe, or people who are very shy. They're all having this opportunity to to reach lots of people, and especially people who relate to that person. So if you're more of a shy person, maybe you relate to people who are having shy personalities online, and so it kind of has this ability to bring people together, I suppose. But I think where it can fall into this performativeness is that we're performative around a lot of different people. You're performative when you're going on a first date. You want to put your best foot forward. You're performative at work, where you want to make sure that you're doing your work, and you might not speak the way you speak to your boss, like how you might speak to your best friend. And so I think that there can be this aspect too of when one is being recorded, that can be a little bit more, or maybe less performative and more just a part of their personality. But anyway, my point is that I think that the social media, yes, it can create this performative aspect because people are hungry for views or clicks or likes, and that in itself is a whole conversation. But I also think that it is the ability for us to actually see a lot of different types of personalities on top of that. And I do think that there's some reinforcement on those personalities if they are getting clicks and likes. So it becomes less about performing, there we go. It becomes less about performing and more about validating the personality that they already have. Or maybe not. I don't know. It's something that I've been mulling over recently. That's all. Anywho. What's your opinion on AI in the next 2 years? I cannot even fathom what it's going to look like. That's my entire opinion. Is Clem a fake or is Clem just an oddball? Yes. There are two types of streamers, performative or off their meds, or which one am I? I'm probably off my meds kind of streamer in that case, because I should be on some, likely. There are definitely more vain people out there. Yes, I think that's a part of it. Oh, to be more confident. You know what's rough? The magnetic field is failing in your ground zero New Zealand. Is it really? I didn't know that. Call the top Twitch IRL streamers 5,000 shades of vain. I think that the top Twitch streamers, it's very difficult to live stream. So what I do, for example, I'm able to bounce off you guys. I don't think that the biggest streamers are able to bounce off so much, because they have to be entertaining without the ability to chat with the chat, essentially. And so I think that they're very good at what they do in a lot of ways, but maintaining that, I think, is tough. And if their viewership dips, for example, I think it can be very damning. But I don't know. I've not spoken to any big streamers. I don't know anyone who has over 1,000 views. The only people I've kind of know, there's a couple Aussies who are now getting several hundreds, and some of them are getting into that 1,000 mark, but I don't speak with them, so I don't even know if they know I exist. So I don't know what the experience is up there. Anyhow, do you find it interesting that some streamers are introverts? Yeah, exactly. Hopefully you have a big boat. I do not care for a boat, but I do appreciate that nonetheless. Everyone odd until they run out of material. When you stop being a personality, you become a person again. Oof. That is interesting. You're ADHD, that's also another one. Yeah, people pleaser. So you are performative if it's your real self anyway. You got a point there. Guilty as charged. Gary said I missed the old Kanye got banned for saying that. I don't think that he got banned for saying that. I think he got banned for saying something else, Crimson. Not a real AI, correct. Sorry, just sketching. Method streamers, that's the one. I like that. Yeah, we can be both. Okay. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciated. You seem smart, honest, and genuine. Oh, thank you, Papa. I do appreciate that. Like I said, I just try to be me. And that's why it's very hard. So a lot of people ask like what I do, what my content is. And this is both on stream and off stream. And I genuinely don't have an answer. I don't know what other just chatting streamers say what they do. But I just like thinking, and I like talking, and I like conversing, and it's very hard for me to put that into words, and especially succinct ones. I just do what I do, I guess, and people seem to turn up, and that's why I keep on trying to do it, especially because I love it as well. You definitely AI. It's true. That level, you also have people paid in the background as well. True. Just because you're a character doesn't mean you have character. Oh, That is a rough one. That you are so true. That is so true. I think I might rip this off. So I'm just going to pop that down for a sec. Okay, there we go. Oops, I accidentally cut that straight into my finger. No one look. That's not a knife. Oh yeah, I should have brought that up earlier. You call that a knife? Oops. Oopsies. No one look at my finger. I think it's against TOS. Yeah, exactly. Oopsies. Usually, I think it's because I wasn't looking properly. That's why I was trying to be so careful. I didn't want to cut my kiwi and I cut myself instead. Wrong kiwi. Wrong kiwi. Chatting with your chat allows you to build a solid base, and when you grow beyond the ability to connect closely with the chat, hopefully the fondness and healthy parasocial relationships allows you growth. Yeah, we'll see. You look like Becky Lynch. I don't know who that is. Sorry. Good morning. Hello. You have the nicest teeth. Thank you. They're very expensive. Pavlova, Aussie, or Kiwi? You know my answer. You know my answer. The worst is when people think a streamer has changed. No, they didn't. Yes, exactly. Yes, this is something that I've spoken about as well, is that a lot of people, they're like, oh, I prefer smaller streamers, and I definitely understand that. But something I've called people out for is where, like as in chatters, I've called them out when it's like, oh, I prefer small streamers like this where I can talk. It's like, well, that now gives me a ceiling, right? Is that you're implying that you will not watch me if I now get 1,000 viewers. And so I do understand liking smaller streams because of the ability to chat in a chat and have closer relationships with the streamer and the other community members. But I find that the people I find very impressive are those who are able to still simulate that closeness of a community, even with a lot of chat, even with hundreds of viewers, and that, yeah, consistent talk. So I don't know if I could do what I do if I had a lot of viewers, genuinely. So I just don't think about it. But you're absolutely correct that once someone goes large enough where chat is just, it's much harder to be able to read every single message, and so on and so forth. And so the type of content would change, because of course it would. Anyhow, things I have thought about. Who gave her a knife exactly? I don't even know how to do a character. I couldn't do that if I was a streamer. I would just be me, and that is the right way to go about it. I'm not killing the koala. I am killing my fingers instead, because I didn't want to destroy the fur or the feathers on my kiwi. I'm one with the wall. The wall is with me. I'm one with the wall. The wall is with me. I was cutting away, but it was how I was holding the thing. I was trying to get underneath it so that I could just flick up, and then my finger was holding it like this, and so it flicked up into my index finger when I should have held it on one side. Anyhow, odds on clem fainting. No, the thing is, I'm actually very good with blood, but I'm not good at learning about blood from a molecular level. It's very odd. And so, yeah, this will be fine. It's just embarrassing that it was caught on camera is all. I learned because of the stream. Good. If you could ask one question to one person, who and what would it be? It would be you. And the question would be, how are you doing today? Just let me know. Tell me your story. Distracted enough to not think about it. It didn't hurt, don't get me wrong. It's not a very large cut. It's a very good knife, but it's not a very large cut. It was just embarrassing. That's the thing, is like, I'm not in pain, genuinely. I'm just embarrassed. The fact that it was caught on camera, it's just embarrassing. That's all there is to it. Yeah, I'll get a band-aid. It'll be fine. Dan, your time, we don't, there we go. That's meant to say don't. We don't own your time or attention, and we're here to enjoy your stream and support in the long run. Thank you, Sean. That's actually really sweet. 30 viewers a slot. Most of Twitch streamers don't get to the point. Yeah, they talk about the percentages and whatnot. I only watch one streamer is too big to keep up with chat, and lots of the chat is chatting with chat. That's so cute. I love that. Good night, Flying Rose. Thank you. Can people be Kiwi? Yes. Yep. There are 3 definitions of Kiwi. Kiwi bird, Kiwi person, Kiwi fruit. You're the most wanted for killing animals. No, I saved the animal. I promise. I put myself in danger. I think I just appreciate people for as long as they're theirs. Yes, that's a nice way of looking at it as well. Some people only want certain kinds of content. You see the same thing with category changes. You lose loyal regulars who are just there for one category, and that's okay. They provided so much while they were there, and now they're going to provide that awesomeness to another community. That's cute. And exactly, this is where not so much parasocialness is, but gatekeeping can be a bit of a thing with the community members. And it can be applied in outside of content as well, where if you have a friend who now has another friend and they hang out with that other friend, it's like these things just happen. It's just about appreciating the time you had for them. Why are the Foster beer cans so unique? Love them. Foster beer is not good beer. That is all I will say. I know people who don't want to grow and just stream for company. Also, Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Twitch has many options to contain chat if the streamer wants us. How the chat behaves is always very much a reflection of how the streamer allows. That's also very true. Very, very true. Hello, hello, hello. I feel like Kiwi could be an offensive term. Well, it's not. Not good with blood on a molecular level is so specifically weird. Okay, I feel like I need to explain that a little bit. So if my whole hand was bleeding, I would say, sorry guys, I'm just going to end stream and bandage this up, probably go to the hospital, get some stitches, whatever. I'm very calm and collected in that regard. But as soon as I go to the doctors and they're like, oh, you're like, this is what's going on inside your body, it makes me faint. And so it's like if I see it, I can deal with it. So if there's a cut, I can deal with that. But if it's something that's happening inside where I can't see it, it makes me feel very, very faint. So I had a lung operation, for example, and when they were explaining to me what the issues were with my lung, like through x-rays and or ultrasounds and x-rays it was, and all that kind of stuff, that's what would make me feel very dizzy. Gatekeeping is not what I thought about for this much for this space. Well, there's one to think about. There we go. Once upon a time I was born, then some shit happened, and now I'm here asking you dumb questions when I should be getting ready for work. Well, I hope work goes okay for you. You're all right. What do you do on this channel? I chat with people. Well, you're making an assumption that I'm single. But I guess my question to you, Jack, is why do men do live streaming? Why is it about women in particular? Why does anyone live stream? Because I think that it is attention. I genuinely believe that. This is another thing that I've been thinking about for a while. I think even if you're a shy person, why are you going live? For attention. I don't think that is some big secret. That is very, very obvious. But why you need or want that attention, I think, can be where it is a little bit different. And so attention because you feel lonely, attention because you like attention because you if it's an ego, attention because you want people to see your art, your work, your creativity. I don't think it's a big secret that people are content creators because they like or want attention. I think, like, I don't know why people make that out like it's such a big thing, because it's not. Right? That's how I think about it anyhow. This is why YouTube live streaming still kind of sucks. I have no option to contain chat, and if it explodes, a streamer has to deal with the unfiltered toxicity. Yeah, exactly right. Especially with how YouTube works, where it's just like now all of a sudden you're going to have a whole influx of chatters and viewers rather than the people like steadily clicking on like it is on Twitch. You're so right about that, Polaroid. Have you ever had stitches? No. The only stitches I've had is from my lung operation. 5 in my hand. Ouch! Ay. If we had the population to support our own military from Australia, we might have separated from... Oh, no, from Perth, the country. Hilarious. What's sad is that men love and women just want attention. What makes you think that way? I'm not quite sure what that is implying there. Yeah, seeking attention is not a bad thing. I feel like that's what we do every single time in our life. The fact that someone goes out of their way to say, like, oh, this person is just an attention seeker is, like, what does that say about you making that comment? You know, it just, I think that it's very human to want other people's attention and validation. You know what? Can I take a moment to read a few verses from the Bible? Well, I feel like sometimes we need it, you know. Hello. Is that recently changed? No, I just wanted to call out Jack for making the assumption. No, not sitting outside. I'm sitting in an attic. This isn't content. This is your face in front of a camera yapping. Well, I think that content is subjective. For sure. And there are a lot of different types of content, but I guess it's worked enough for you to decide to continue to watch for a few minutes and then also comment. So what would you say, like, is your reason for sticking around? Because now we are passing the torch to you to give you the attention that you seem to be lacking. And I guess... I'm not, let me put it this way. I'm not sitting here with the idea that what I do is creating art. It is providing a platform for other people to have conversation. I would say that that's something that I do, is providing an opportunity for people to talk and for me to listen and provide my opinions. But I feel like a lot of creators on YouTube, and because that is the word that we use, content creator, is opinion based. It might not be as filmic or cinematic rather, or artistic, but it is still a service that is provided for people who tend to want to bring it. And if that's not you, then that's okay as well, you know? Now, my brain is singing, Brittany, don't you know that you're toxic? Imagine loving someone and they don't show love back, but just constantly wanting you to put them on a pedestal. Yeah, I feel like some people are like that, but that's nothing to do with gender. Any tattoos? Yes, I do have a tattoo. It's a little crane on my left arm. I've had stitches before. It doesn't hurt that bad if they give you pain meds. Yeah, I think that I would really struggle to get stitches without any, what's it called? Not pain medication. Anesthetic. Stand-up comedian is sitting, then what is standing? I'm not a stand-up comedian, I promise. Otherwise you'd be laughing a lot more. I do watch anime, yes. Jack's just being a jackass. No, I'm definitely not a comedian, I can tell you that. I just realized that YouTube chat doesn't know who the elders are here. Exactly. Oh, I'm not familiar with the new Pope. I don't follow it, sorry. But I know that a lot of people are fans, so he must be doing okay then. Yeah, a lot of people think it's green screen, but I can tell you it is an actual brick wall. If it were green screen, I wouldn't have such a blemish in it, you know? But yes, I've got a tattoo, crane on my left arm. Are you Christian? Not anymore. I used to be. Is attention or connection that people are craving? Ooh, I guess then that I think connection, you are absolutely correct. But I guess from there, connection and attention can be somewhat intermingled. And that's okay. But you are correct that I think connection can be what people are looking for rather than attention. You gotta touch the wall. Hold on. Is this? Yeah, that's okay now. Oh, I'll do it over here. Hopefully that was a little bit better. North Ireland, not quite. Not quite. There we go. You have an unknown phobia. Viscerophobia, fear or strong discomfort triggered by thinking about or visualizing the inside of your body. Yeah, that sounds about right for sure. That definitely sounds like me. I just always call it a vasovagal reaction because I also get faint when I get my blood taken. Can I get a shout out? Shout out to Uzi the goat. You gotta do the taxi. You got a tattoo? There we go, you too. AI, yes, it is me, the AI. Konnichiwa from Tokyo. That's very exciting. What are you doing? We're just chatting with the people who are chatting with us. Would you rather communicate only through emojis in real life or only through interpretive dance? Interpretive dance, lock it in. I think that would be fun. Most of our communication is through body language anyway, so we may as well just make it all body language. Construction crane tattoo. That's very cute. I wish I did now. Why are you filming yourself? I wouldn't say I'm filming myself, but I do have a camera. Is it recording? I guess the fact that it will have a VOD is technically filming myself. I'm not from Australia. I'm very close though, in New Zealand. Don't explain your reasons for streaming. You just give people what they want. Exactly, Oscar. I just find it. The thing is that I have one of my flaws is curiosity, and I try to understand people. And sometimes they don't want to be understood, and that's why Jack, I guess, has decided to leave and not give any of the answers to the questions. They got some attention and freaked out, I suppose. Do you read our comments or not? Yes, but I'm very slow to read them. People are too judgmental these days for connection. I do think that there are a lot of people who are judgmental, but I think that even the comment itself shows that you need to be the change that you want to see, right? So if you are now being like, oh, people are just going to be too judgmental to want a connection, then therefore you are now being judgmental and not allowing that openness for the connection, right? What would you choose, ball cancer or being misandrous? I've never heard that option before. Oh, God. Usually I have a very quick answer to this. Okay. Let me put it this way. I've got an answer. As someone who is currently not a misandrist, I think that I would have to choose misandry because the option that allows is that ball cancer just it just doesn't exist now, right? Because I don't think, because that's at least how I'm interpreting it. Because I, despite what people try to say, don't have any balls, and so I think that if I were to have ball cancer, then we have so it's either that I now have balls, but that is not the reality. So the reality, I suppose, is if I choose misandry, ball cancer doesn't exist. And therefore, I'm a hero. But specifically for men, which plays into the misandry. So I would be a hero for men. But I will hate women. And that is a tragedy. But I feel like, if that means getting rid of testicular cancer, then that is the cross that I will have to bear. That's my thought process. Okay, I'm just scrolling through. Don't touch it with the open cut. Yeah, it's definitely a bigger cut than I thought. Anyway, doesn't matter. Nothing like a tetanus on a Tuesday morning. Hilarious. Do you believe in free will and why? Yes, because I don't. I'm agnostic, so I don't believe in destiny. So it's very easy. I am very vanilla. This is also true. Shout out for South Africa. Very kiff. I'm asking genuine questions and you're ghosting me. Sometimes, no, wait. I just answered it. What the heck? I just answered the question. The thing is that I am just slow sometimes. You guys just got to remember that I am slow to read the chat sometimes. No, I do have pierced ears, but I don't wear earrings. Have you played any games? Video games, yes, but my favorite game in terms of sports, I don't really watch sports. I used to play netball as a kid, though. Anywho, hello from Russia. I'm assuming that's Russia. Hello. Which part of New Zealand are you from? I'm from the North Island, from a city called Hamilton. I sometimes say or act ignorant, but creators of the chat puts me on the line or educates me. I like that. Yeah. I think that sometimes it is worth asking questions rather than trying to put opinions on, you know? Clem hates men. No, I hate women, obviously. And now there's no ball cancer. You're welcome, everyone. Why did the Kiwi blush? It saw the bush naked. Ay-ya-ya. Thanks for being a Joan of Arc for men's testicular cancer. If only it worked like that, you know. Anyhow. Yes, yeah, I got pierced ears as a kid. And that was mainly because my sister wanted me to get pierced ears. I don't wear earrings at all. I should never have got my ears pierced. I don't wear earrings. I just did it because my sister wanted me to. I actually have two I got two holes. Yeah, two piercings. So I technically can wear two earrings in my earlobe, but I just don't like it, you know. If God isn't real, how do you explain the great sense of humor? Well, if you're talking about mine, it's non-existent, so Joan of Arc for men's testicle was a very funny comment. I agree with this. That was very, very good. Favorite Australian bug? Ooh. I don't think I know native Australian bugs. I've never really thought about it. I suppose here's a genuine question. Are arachnids bugs? Like, are spiders bugs? Because I don't think they are, right? I think a arachnid and an insect are two different things. Why don't you wear earrings? I just don't like the feeling of it. I don't like the feeling of my in my ears. If it hangs down, I don't like the feeling of it smacking against my skin. Yeah. Yes, I played netball. I'm a New Zealander and a woman, so of course I played netball. I think I'll get misandry and misogyny. Misandry is women hating. Oh, my apologies. Yes, you are correct. I did flip them around. My bad. Yes, that is just my brain not working. I usually use it the right way around, but for some reason I've flipped it around today. Yeah, my bad. That is very true. I did swap them around. Misogyny is women hating. Misandry is man hating. Like I said, I usually am correcting other people on that usage, but today I messed it up myself. Are crabs bugs? I'm sure that people could argue with it. Yeah, insects have the 6 legs. So insects spiders are not insects, but are spiders bugs? So arachnids and insects are definitely different, but so all insects are bugs, but are spiders also bugs? Given how many species are Oz native only, there definitely, there must be so many, exactly. What's netball? Netball is very similar to basketball, except when you catch the ball, you don't dribble, you have to stay stationary. And so, but same thing like basketball, where you earn points by shooting a ball in a net, in a net. Yeah, I actually really do need some lip balm. You've probably noticed that I keep on biting my lip. It's because of that. I'm noticing that I'm very dehydrated today, so I will definitely put the lip balm on after stream, because I think I've left it downstairs. But I keep on licking my lips for that same reason. I forgot to bring it up today. Would you rather have skin that changes color based on the last thing you ate, or hair that changes color based on your mood? I think I'd probably prefer the skin color changing, because I don't want people to know what my mood is. Like, if I get irritated, I don't want my hair to now reflect that irritation. I think I'd rather have my skin color change. Have you seen how spiders' legs work? So it's like hydraulics. It compresses blood into and out of its legs. That's badass to cause extensions. Each spider leg is to individually operate them all. That is very, very smart. Very impressive. I like your kiwi. Thank you. I like my kiwi too. Move them over a little bit for the verticals. Is today opposite day? I think that if you ask the question, is today opposite day, that would mean was yesterday opposite day. I don't know. Opposite day always freaked me out. Too many variables in the rules. Wasn't vape bugs, also not bugs. Oh yeah. I think you're using a very definition of what are described as true bugs. Yeah. So what is a true bug exactly? Because that's the thing is I could name an Australian spider is my point, but if that's not a bug, then I don't know. It's you, Bunny Blue. I thought that no one recognized me. Oh my gosh. Like basketball, but any movement. Yes, exactly. Is considered traveling. That's a good way of putting it, Marcus. Yes, my hydrate redeem. I was always very bad at following it, so I need to make it more obvious when it's redeemed. But I can drink at least. That's probably a good thing. Oh, wrong pipe. This is a kiwi. It's a bird native to New Zealand. This is about life size as well. A brown kiwi, in particular, sorry. Excuse me. Oh wait, what's the strangest comment you've had if you don't include the creepy ones? I don't know. I feel like they don't really stay with me. I guess it's also like one of those things where when you're asked on the spot to name something, it's really hard to come up with it in the moment where it's like, oh, like. Whereas in other conversations, I might be like, oh, like, here's this really, really weird comment that came up. But to be asked it specifically is like, there's probably a phenomenon that describes it, but it just is like, ah, I am AI. You got it right. Dribbling isn't a thing. That's a big kiwi. No, it's not. It's a regular size kiwi. You don't bounce the ball in netball whatsoever. The only reason that you would bounce the ball is potentially if you are trying to pass it to someone and you want to be a little bit cheeky, and instead of passing it straight to someone, you kind of bounce it on before it gets to them to get around your defender. Strange is subjective, exactly right. Why are you a grown-ass woman playing with a stuffed animal? I like plushies. I think that they're nice. I think that anyone who thinks that plushies are for only children need to question their own thoughts and processes on how they see and judge the world, you know? And you can clearly see that I'm not playing with it. It's just sitting on my lap. There's one true bad bug, and it was shouted by a 2-year-old toddler to his mum in a furious, angry online one time. He shouts at him grasshopper because they're the bad guys in Bug's Life. That's quite adorable. Good reference there. Mm-hmm. Don't include creepy comments. Yeah, I can't think of anything that's not creepy in the meantime. She can't think of a good comment other than the creepy ones. Hilarious. Yes, the nostrils are at the tip of its beak. Exactly right. So that they can dig into the ground and then sniff around even while their beak is in there. Yeah, exactly, Frank. That's the thing is, I don't really. I'm aware that people will do anything that they. I don't understand the mentality. Like genuinely, I don't understand the mentality of people going online to random live streams or videos or photos and just being miserable. I think for me, I just feel really sorry for these people because how miserable must you be to want to try and make someone else miserable? It just doesn't. I don't understand that mentality whatsoever. I am a Kiwi, yes indeed. Love from Canada, thank you so much. I just really I can't fathom it whatsoever. Yeah, it's like saying anime is for kids. That's such a good comparison as well. Hi Constellinator, how you going? It's just strange. It's very strange. And I think also if, in particular, if you're like, oh, you can't watch that because it's a kid's movie or whatever it is, then that shows that you don't understand like your own security or maturity, that you can still like Shrek, for example. Shrek has held up not only being, 25 years old now? Ooh, that feels weird to say. But also is such a good film for adults. It's a very good film. And so to dismiss something simply because the main audience is maybe targeted for children doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it. And I think that it just shows that you probably have that view in other places as well, which says more about them. It feels good. You should try it. Just, you suck. This is a Kiwi bird. They're a native bird to New Zealand. They're the only birds with nostrils at the tip of the beak simultaneously. They also technically have the shortest beak of any bird because science measures it from the tip to the nostril. Oh my god. That's funny. The bird is not real. No, it is not. Most anime really isn't for kids as well. They're also idiots. This is true. I've got to remember that there are a lot of not very smart people in the world. I let my 5-year-old watch that South Park anime because cartoons are for kids, right? Oh, exactly right. Exactly right. Shrek is so good. This rule can be rooted in hate, and hate takes a long time to overcome, even if people even try to. Yeah, maybe you may be on to something there. I think that's when, I get a lot of comments like these, and sometimes I read them out loud before I've actually read them, and so that's why I kind of end up combating them. But I'm trying to get better at just ignoring them. But it's hard when you're constantly just trying to read comments, I guess, and it's a skill that I am still working on, I suppose. Shrek 2 also also incredible, and the soundtracks, I genuinely listen to them when I go for a run. It's such a good soundtrack. And then when I get tired and like Hallelujah comes on, I'm like, oh, thank goodness, I really needed a break there and just to slow down my pace. Anyway, I digress. The point is that I just think there are a lot of sad people out there, and it makes me sad because I'm like, you could just be so much happier if you weren't spreading hate. I think you've put it well there. Yeah, exactly. There are so many things that people just palm off as being a kid's thing. It's like, who do you think, especially movies, who do you think are taking the kids to the movies? You have to make it appeal to the people who have the money. Spoiler alert, kids don't have money. Kids don't have money. So if you are marketing something, you have to market it to the parents. And so therefore, the parents need to enjoy it. Anyway, you date black guys? I mean, I date people in general, yes. I'm a lover. I'm a lover too. I love it. I love. Bonjour, how you going? Okay, is this, maybe this is really ignorant. Are there actually people who are like, oh, I don't date a certain ethnicity? I feel maybe I'm very ignorant in that fact. I think the only reason that I'm thinking about it now is because I'm so surprised at how many people are like, oh, do you date this ethnicity? Or it's actually really surprising me. And maybe I shouldn't be talking about this online, but I think it is something that is genuinely surprising me. That so many comments have been like, do you date that? That's that just makes me really sad. 6-7, there you go, I said it. Anyway, anyway, this is the problem with being live, is sometimes your thoughts come to mind while live, and it's managing the brain filter, I suppose. Lazy kids, yeah, they should get a job, exactly. Just like the good old day. Also, it does cost a lot of money to go to the cinema these days, so no wonder no one goes. Love New Zealanders, an American blue-eyed dude. I don't know what that what your look has to do with loving New Zealand, but I too love New Zealand. Yeah, if I like you, I like you. That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, hot take, make a good story. Isn't that crazy? That reminds me of my hot take, actually. I said, so my hot take, instead, like making a good story that people want to go see. I was like, imagine, like my hot take for a good campaign, right? As a political campaign. If you want to do, like a really, really effective political campaign, do a good job. Like, and then people will want to vote you into parliament or government again. Isn't that crazy? Wouldn't that be just like crazy? Just like do a good job. Wow. Anywho. I don't date Irish women. I'm Irish. Okay, maybe it's me. They're called racist. That's the thing. Like, I guess maybe I should just take my privilege that the people that are around me in my life are not racist. I think it's normal for people to prefer others like themselves. Okay, I could see that as a view. Like, people will typically gravitate to their similarity. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I think, like I said, I'm just finding it odd because it's not something I've just not considered. Like, why wouldn't I date people no matter what they look like? Maybe that's just more a reflection of me. Unfortunately, yes, there are people like that. You met me growing up in Australia. Oh, of course, yeah. So people are like, oh, sorry, I don't date whatever it is. That's so strange. I just can't. I cannot. I don't understand that. For me, it's like if I like you, I like you, and therefore I would ask if you would like to date me, and hopefully you like me, and one would say yes. I don't think it is. I don't. Yeah. It's just surprising me. That's all. Come date a Kiwi in New Zealand. No, I left New Zealand for a reason. Have you met conservatives? Apparently not. It's mostly a leading question. Like if I say, do you date Australia? Oh, okay. So it's like, but the thing is, I think it's only a leading question because of the discrimination that the person has received, right? And so, for example, um, I'm just being careful with my examples. I think that, especially as a pale-skinned person, like the people who are people of color have experienced discrimination, and so therefore they see that I'm pale, and because of the discrimination that they've received, they might assume that I might not be someone who would be willing to date them because they are a person of color, which is racism. And so I guess it wouldn't be a thing, and people wouldn't say, oh, do you date this race, if they weren't already experiencing discrimination elsewhere. I think that's what my assumption would be. But I do understand people wanting to date people with similar values. So, for example, I would want to date people who like puzzles and board games and nerdy stuff. And religion, I think, is a big one as well. People who practice the same religion will be more likely to gravitate towards one another because they understand and share the same ideals. But there can still be things outside of that as well. Anyhow, it's just, I think it's surprising me. It's just making me sad. I think if my hair color were to change with my mood right now, I think it just makes me sad that people are assuming that one would not be dateable because of their skin color. I think that's all it is. It's just making me feel sad. Anyway, point being that I probably just won't date you if you're asking if you would date me on a live chat. Anyway, I'm actually genuinely getting emotional. So, catching up, this one cashier lady at the local supermarket is so grumpy, angry, and hateful. She never even greets me, but it's kind of comedic because it's natural to her. As someone who did work on overcoming hate to some person, I feel bad that they don't, manage. Exactly right. Yeah, I know some people feel like preferences, but I think that that's the thing is it just seems really weird to me to be like, so there's a difference between if you have a preference, you're now discounting everyone. Like the thing is, I might have a preference for someone who plays board games. If the person that I'm now dating doesn't play board games, so my ex is a great example. We were together for 5 years. My ex didn't play board games. I have a preference for someone who plays board games, but that doesn't mean I'm not gonna date outside of that. And so I think that that's why I can understand your guys' arguments about preference and racism. I think it's one that I haven't put a lot of thought on, and it was one that I would want to be putting with care if I am to cover that topic. But to completely discount a whole race because of a preference, that is racism. That is racism. And so my point is that it feels, like I said, it just makes me feel sad that people think that they would be discounted out of a dating pool because of how they look. And yeah, it just makes me sad. It makes me sad. But anyway, I will not date you because you're in my live chat trying to pick me up on stream. Like, that is the reason I won't date you. I noticed all girls I fancied or been attracted to were the same. It wasn't not being open to others. It was just a preference. I know movies I blame for mine. The two women in the mummy. Seeking advice. I'm 15 and just got into a relationship. Afraid to tell my parents. I've been trying to hint about it by inviting the girl over for cards, but I don't know how to tell my parents. I guess it's you can start with, hey, how do you feel about dating? Like, how old were you guys when you started dating? It's something that is very normal at your age, and I do understand it might be tough to talk to your parents if you're not already having these open conversations with them, but maybe that can be a way you do it. Is ask them when they started dating, not them specifically, just as people. And you can even say a lot of people in your school are starting to date. Anywho. Yeah, do you need to tell them, I guess, as well, like what benefit? I think it could be nice to share that with them. So I don't really feel like that it's about a need. It's more of a want, right? I don't think, because you shouldn't feel like you need to hide things. The real way to get elected is to do a good job lying. Also, fair enough. Do gingers get mad easily? I don't know. What's the color of your eyes? Brown. Very dark brown. Only date within my tax bracket. I feel like that's a good rule. But you know, don't let that narrow your dating pool. You could also date people far, far, far above your tax bracket.
I'm doing my
you can't
part.
eat the kiwi birds. They are endangered. Don't do it. Curious about the quality of fish and chips rather. They're the best ones I've had were in Australia. I can't speak for comparison. I didn't really eat fish and chips in Australia, but I think it was pretty darn good in New Zealand.
I'm doing my part.
Okay. Hello from Sweden. Hi. Okay, and just catching up. Every country that does fish and chips on the regular will have good shops and less good shops. That's a good way of putting it as well. The best fish and chips I've ever try out more shops in the place that you live as well. Thanks for the hug. Okay. I find it nice when you can make religious bodies separate from religious faith. Yeah, I'm Catholic. My parents are spiritualistic. And we find crossovers and balance ideas with different names that overlap. And isn't that important of meeting people? I know with you. Oh, sorry, partners. I thought that said parents, but partners rather. Meeting people that have different views. It can help you learn stuff. Made me scared as a kid. I didn't like the machines that chopped down the trees. It actually made me cry. I hated it so much. I hated it. Oh, I'm alright. I don't need a thumbnail. Thank you for the offer, though. Research apartheid, then you'll understand why I commented. So, oh, yes, yeah. I just went to South Africa. It was very interesting to learn some of the history there. Good marker for what kind of person you're dealing with. Oh, I miss what? Wait, you mean for the high body count? I think that, like you say, you can have a preference for someone who hasn't had a lot of sex. I think, again, though, that it's probably more of a reflection of your own preferences and ideals, whereas someone else might have a high body count and so they don't mind a partner that has a high body count. That's, you know, they might just be hypersexual people, and that might be a good thing for them because that could show that they are some people that might enjoy having a lot of sex. Yeah, preference is very far from racism, exactly. Racism is taught. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that for sure. Oopsies. Sorry, birdie. Yeah. Okay. Saying people have to like others and date them if not. Wait, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. I guess people are very not very good at listening. Hey, oh gosh, this is still pretty bad. I might have to end stream to deal with my affliction anyway. It's actually a lot worse than I thought it was. Probably doesn't help that I knocked it anyhow. Can kind of understand a preference for maybe something different in a biological way. Oh yes, yeah. It's helps with getting the stronger genes out of things, right? But I feel like that goes into eugenics. People often throw around the term eugenics, but I will admit that it's not something that I'm very understanding or of. And I think that I put myself in a very vulnerable position when I admit that I'm very unknowledgeable about certain things. But when you don't have people that you can talk about it, all it is research, and you don't always think about going out of your way to research it. But anyway, it's just interesting to consider where it's like, well, we must instead of have. Oh, I guess the eugenics is the trying to keep the purity. Anyway, like I said, I don't really know what it is. But it just sounds like I must choose someone different to myself. There's like some oddity there as well. Maybe Freud will have more info on maybe people have a preference to date similar to themselves because of what their parents look like. 14 and 18, yeah. See, I feel like you're not the one who was dating at 15-year-old. Does body count even matter in dating? I think for some people it does and some people it doesn't. I don't know why we all try to put a major like yes or no, black or white thing. Some people will not be hypersexual and some people don't want to, and so that's something that like one said before, is a high body count can imply the type of sexuality that one is presenting, and that might be hypersexual, and that could be uncomfortable for others. But again, it should be more about the individuals, and things can have exceptions. But I think I understand preference in it. It's people can have a preference, but to discount something because of that preference, I think is misguided. Everyone is above my tax bracket. That was not a bin chicken. That was a kiwi bird. Roasted kiwi probably would taste good. It feels like it's got a lot of meat on it, you know. His name is Manu, exactly. Why don't you change the background? I would if it was a green screen. You know? You have to control it from the base. I don't know what you're saying. Affliction. Can't be a full moon. It's daytime there. I have a serious question. Go on, mummy. Moo. What is your serious question? A random Kiwi fact. Kiwi chicks do not have egg tooth. Instead, they use their strong legs and claws to kick and peck their way out of the eggs. Oh my gosh, that can take 1 to 3 days. Damn. 7 sizzling sausages sizzling in a saucepan. Hopefully I did okay with that. Soap and water for the cat. Cruel. Affliction. Proper British would be Clem has to take care of her bloody affliction. That's why you're talking about afflictions. Okay. Eugenics is more selective breeding. Yeah, see, I understand. I mean, I am a diverse gene pool myself. I know that a lot of people have spoken about how good that is to have diversity in the gene pool. I think a lot of people stay away from the topic because it can be a little bit scary to go in to discuss. For me, I'm just ignorant. I'm using an A7 III, a Sony A7 III. That's what I'm using. How old are you? Sorry, Samo? Samozu, how old are you? May I ask that question? You seem cool. Thank you, Pancake. You seem cool. I see you playing knifey thingy before. Is it the same world you grew up in? No, definitely not. I guess not. I've never tried eating a possum, no. But I think that some people in New Zealand may have because they want to get rid of the possums. I was being serious with the soap and water. Really? That's what we teach people as a nurse. People start using all kinds of craps in their cuts. Oh, I was just going to put a Band-Aid on it. I will definitely wash off the blood, but soap, ooh, that feels like it would be painful. Eugenics is evil, but mugenics? That's awesome. I'm trying to do a Giga Chad face. I don't personally smoke weed, but I have nothing against it. I tried to legalize it in my country. My vote was counted, but it was not enough. Hi, Alex. Anyway, guys, I I definitely do not smoke. I can tell you that. I would admit it. I have tried it. It's not for me. But I have nothing against it. Other people smoking, but it is not for me. Oh no, I would never use anything like that, Frank, for my cut. It's fine. Is it a game about cats? Is it really? That's hilarious. I'll have to check it out. I don't smoke off camera. I can, I would be very honest about that. I've tried smoking. It is not for me. Plus, I wouldn't even know where to get it. Like I said, it's not for me. I'm not a Democrat because I am not an American. Yeah, so I wanted to know, Sam, can you please tell me how old you are, out of curiosity? Just because it will, I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. I tried to legalize it in my country. Yeah, I spearheaded those campaigns now. I'm from New Zealand, and there was a referendum to legalize cannabis. And although I don't smoke it, and I don't even live in the country anymore, I voted yes. But the no vote won out. What's wrong with the Democrat? I didn't say anything was wrong with a Democrat. I just said I'm not one because I'm not American. What nickname will you give your followers? I don't actually have a nickname for the group. I just call them cuties. Because apparently there's a brand of clementines that's called cuties, and I thought that was very sweet. You know, pun intended. I'm not from the UK. I live here though. I'm definitely not a Nazi, you know. I just harvested 3 pounds. I can send you some. Thank you. I wouldn't know what to do with it because I won't smoke it, but I do appreciate the gesture. Watch him say 45 was more likely that they probably will have already clicked off the channel. But the thing is that, hi Chino, speaking of cuties, the thing is that a lot of people, they put on the idea that women should be young, etc., etc. And I think that says more about the people who are saying that. Like, so what, you think that you, as a, like you say, 45-year-old should be with a 19-year-old? Like, and also me as a 29-year-old, if you are saying that I'm expired, like, what does that do for you saying this thing? Like, because I can tell you, I don't have trouble dating people. I really don't. I don't talk about it online because I like to keep my private life private, but I do not have trouble dating people. And it's just interesting how so many people, because it feels like an internet thing, right? And I know that we aren't holding any weight or validity on these people's comments, but I do find it interesting to talk about nonetheless because of the internet. And so the idea that a woman is expired after, let's say, 24, 25, I want to know the people who are saying this, because if they are 14, then one, it's really toxic that they will hold that belief as someone older. But also, it's like, okay, you're just a kid. You don't understand what age is. But if someone is even in their 30s plus and they're saying that women are quote unquote expired after whatever age they want to put on that, it's like, okay, so what, like, who are you dating? who are you interacting with? Are you thinking that an 18 or 19-year-old is going to be pining after you and that you are deserving of that? Because that just feels like very indicative of your personality. And thank you for displaying that to remind us that we don't want to hang out with you, you know?
I'm doing my part.
Anyhow, I don't think weed is legal in the UK other than medicinal, yeah. I only date taller, older ladies because it's amazing. It's a preference, you know? We're in the UK. She didn't say London. I'm Southampton is where I am. Should be about the time for another referendum. Yeah, I think so, but it probably won't be the national government that does it, you know? Is there a Northampton? I think there is. I'll have to look at it, Bob, but I think there is. Samu was apparently 33, but we won't hear more from him. Yeah, I saw that, Uban. There we go. So a 33, this is, it doesn't matter. They didn't have to answer us. But that's the thing, is a 33-year-old has said that another 30-year-old is expired. How, like, who are they dating that they think that they are now entitled to what? Like, what age? What age is not expired? A 33-year-old thinks that they can date a 19-year-old. And don't get me wrong, this is possible. I think that if both people are consenting, there's nothing wrong with this. I really don't think that there is an issue with an age gap unless they are a minor. However, what I don't understand is the 33-year-old now thinking that they are entitled to date outside of their own age. Like, if they are looking at other 33-year-olds and not thinking that there are so many that are nothing more than beautiful. Have you seen photos of Jennifer Aniston, Sandra Bullock? They're bloody 50s and 60s now, and they look stunning, albeit these are celebrities and they are extra gorgeous, and so it kind of helps. Michelle Pfeiffer is now in her 70s, right? And so it does help that they already are beautiful people. But I tell you what, I know so many 30-year-olds because that is my age bracket, and the women are beautiful. I don't understand why people try to put on other women that age is such like a disgusting thing, because I think that it's really disgusting to, like I said, feel entitled to someone who is very, very, very young. If you meet someone who happens to be a lot younger than you, fine, okay, like that's not what I'm talking about. But to only find super young people, people who are so much younger than you attractive, it's weird, right? It's weird. Bit of a knobhead, yeah. I don't know why I'm trying to, like, we all know, but it's just interesting. It's anyhow, they obviously didn't want to tell us their age because they realize that if they're calling someone who is 3 to 4 years younger than them expired, it's like, well, good luck dating then. Good luck finding a wife. You know. Oh, do you think I've had Botox? Do I actually look like I've had Botox? Because that's a compliment. That's really a compliment. Why is the lighting bad? Because I don't have any lighting is why Vic seeks. Calling an inhuman expired is a wild take. People in their 30s don't divorce and seek new... Yes, exactly. That's the thing, is a divorce rate is so incredibly high. A lot of people seem to split from relationships after their kids have moved out of home. So you're right, 40s, 50s, 60-year-olds. It's like they don't realize that people who are over the age of even 30 have sex. It's like, wow. It's almost like the sex drive doesn't just go away. It's crazy. It's bonkers. I think marrying before 30 is also is odd, but that being said, some people it works out, some people it doesn't work out. I'm not married, and a lot of my friend group are not married before 30, but now that people are hitting 30 is where I'm seeing a lot more people become married, settling down, that's having kids, etc. Hey, Samu came back over here just to keep on yapping away. Samu, if you have the ability to let us know if you're in a committed relationship, please let us know so that we can feel incredibly sorry for your partner, because you decided to go on the internet and just call a random lady expired. Like, what do you think of your partner? And if you don't have one, am I surprised? No, I'm not. Are you a smart fella or a fart smeller? 3 smart fellas, they felt smart. 3 smart fellas, they felt smart. 3 smart fellas, did I say it right? It didn't sound like I said it right. Anyway, I don't date more than 3 years outside of my age, older or younger. Anything more than that, you start to have less and less in common. Exactly. But that's the thing, is it's, again, like preference. It's a general rule of thumb. But you might find someone that you just get along with and they happen to be a little bit younger or a little bit older than that bracket as well. I was married at 19. You say was. Maybe that's indicative enough, Bob. Yeah, half your age plus 7 is the old math indeed. Oh, I didn't see the 33. Thank you, Nine Fox. I didn't see it on my end. I have a best before date. All right. Just catching up. Yeah, Manosphere, exactly. Worth a crack. It was worth a crack, but the mods are too quick. Too quick. Michelle is 67 and still not answering my DMs. Rude. That is super, super rude. And Susie Cato. Yeah, I can't believe that after we watched Susie Cato that we saw that she's coming back. There must be something in the air. What about if she's had train station through her body count? I don't know what that means. As in, like, how many people that she slept with. You might not be appreciative of that person, but I'm sure someone else doesn't care, so you don't have to date them. Like, it's really not that deep, guys. And they see those older people on screen with full TV makeup. I think for the most part, yes, I can agree with that. But you could say that about 20-year-olds as well. Like, you see the 20-year-olds with a full face of makeup. It's nothing to do with makeup at that stage. I really don't. Like, the amount of people online that are femme presenting who don't wear makeup is incredibly low. I don't think I can even name one. So I don't think that makeup is a good good use to say, oh well, they're 60 or 70, so it's just makeup. That's not how makeup works. That is genuinely not how makeup works. Makeup highlights your existing features. That's why even 14-year-olds are wearing makeup. Like, makeup, I don't think that can be used as the indicator that a woman is beautiful, because they probably look good with or without makeup. Makeup can change faces, which is very impressive, but you can't really change whether or not you have the wrinkles and whatnot, and things that typically would make someone look less youthful and therefore less attractive. Anyway, that's my thought. I do not sing songs on this channel, no. Half a century ago, people follow the rule half the age plus 7 years. I remember this as well when I was in school, which is ridiculous. The point of hanging out with women is to have a family without kids. It's easier alone. But also remember that you can hang out with women and it not be a romantic thing as well. Only in the Western world, women hate men for no reason. I think that men also hate women for no reason as well. But around the world, women love men. I don't think this is the case, but I don't really know what I should say to try and rebut that thought process. I'm from India. Hello. They said if I keep doing that, I'll go blind. I didn't see what this was either. Sorry. All 30-year-olds these days still look 20. Honestly, like, a lot of the people I know in their 30s look incredibly good. I don't know what it is, but I really genuinely think that there are so many 30-something-year-olds that I'm like, you're 24, surely. You're 24. And they look good. They look good. He's got an anime username. No, we're not going to now generalize anime watchers as anything, because I know that a lot of you guys watch anime and you're not being fucking weird. So, have you ever had a train station through you yet? I mean, not yet. Are you offering? I specialize in divorcees. It's a great life. There you go. Oh yeah, anime's for children as well. Did you say it's harder to marry over 30? No, that's not what I said whatsoever. I said that people forget that one still has a sex drive after 30. Half my age plus 7 is 18. Well, that's good. That's not a minor then. Has anyone made that up point? Yes, yeah, people have mentioned Pink Floyd a fair bit, but not today. So you've done well with mentioning it for the first time today. I got married at 24. I fully get it's not for everyone, but we're still going strong 6 years later. But I was sure I've found my person. We're so in sync on almost everything. And if we're not, it's usually just the big things. Obviously, I can't say there's zero chance we will ever get divorced because time and life can change. But for now, we see each other for life. And that's so beautiful. So beautiful. Even if they are a sex worker, as long as they love you and don't bring home any nasties. Yeah, it's exactly. I can understand people people, again, not necessarily being attracted to something outside of their things that they like. But still, it's up to the individual to decide what works for them. I'm old and I feel sorry for young people. They expect life of a planet life handed to them. I think I missed a little bit of what that was. Sorry, Bob. I should get some sort of hat. I agree. I feel like there's a lot of space above here as well. So I do think that a nice top hat could work. Okay. Yeah, I missed what this was from QWERTY. My apologies. Anyhow. Yeah, I think I think I might be missing some messages. My multi-chat bot doesn't show everything, unfortunately. Yeah, it looks like the mods are handling it. If I saw you walking around, sorry. If I saw you walking around my uni, I'd assume you'd a fellow student. Yeah, I've gotten that before as well. And that's the thing, is people don't consider me. The thing is, when people comment on my age when I'm live, I already know that they don't think I'm old. The only reason that they comment on their on age is to try and make me feel insecure by saying I look old. I know I don't look old. And the same reason why people are like, oh, just cut off all your hair. They think that, or commenting on my forehead or my nose or anything, they're literally going out of their way to try and offend me. And that's just sad. Like, I don't get offended by it, because I'm like, what kind of person are you to want to try and upset someone? Like, that's just a sad existence, you know? Hi, Patrick. I'm 29. I'm 29 is how old I am. I turn the big 30 in a few months. Random marriage facts in France: it's illegal to marry a deceased person. What? That is bonkers. That is what? How? Look, also, I'm gonna go to France for reasons and find myself someone who's dead that I can get their estate from. My goodness. Anyhow. Yeah. Honeymoons originated from a tradition where couples drank honeyed wine for the first month of marriage to boost fertility. Today I learnt. I have not eaten yet, so I probably should go do that. Oh my gosh, and I forgot that I started late, so yes. I shall go do that. Yeah, it says more about them, exactly. So I'm a New Zealander who lived in Australia. I now live in the UK, and I learnt how to do an American accent. It's a weird accent is what it is. 22! Not quite. 29. I'm 20, but I look 60. Oh, they got like Botox for that if you'd like to go down that route. You look like I'd have to sit with my primary partners down and see if she's okay with me chasing my ladies. Thank you. That's the thing. The thing is, I don't look at the age as the indication of someone's look, because like, do you have eyeballs? How can you, if you're like, oh my God, that person's so old, just because you heard their age, it's so ridiculous. Like, do you not have eyeballs? Can you not just look at a person and make a judgment on whether or not they look young or old? Do you not have eyes? Like, come on. It's so ridiculous. And so it's not, like, if you now assign a number to that, it does not matter. It does not matter whatsoever. It's ridiculous. And then on top of that, if you want to use age as a maturity aspect, look at the YouTube chat trolls that have been coming in. Like, age is nothing to do with maturity whatsoever. It's ridiculous. So I think that the whole assigning of age is so antiquated, except when it comes to making sure that we are keeping minors safe. That's the only time that age should matter. Keeping minors safe. Are you into old men? Well, I'm not currently in one right now. I'm on my chair. But I I have no issue. So I've been on a few dates, and there have been people that have been older than I, and there have been people that are younger than I. I'm just attracted to people that show attractive qualities. And that has nothing to do with their age. And yes, you might have less in common if you are dating a lot younger or a lot older than you, but that doesn't mean that you can't have something in common. And therefore, I am open to dating people from a bracket that is not as close to mine, my own age. Wedding dress train. As if tripping your train wasn't big enough headache, this piece of lace took the title of longest train in 2017. So that was 26,500 feet long. Jesus Christ. 5 miles. The lace was then donated. That's cute. That's very cute. I like that. I'm just mad I'm wrong. That's adorable, Scott. I love your hair and accent. Thank you, Bean Buddies. I would guess early 30s. Yeah, and I think that's a reasonable guess. I'm 29. Early 30s is very close to 29. I think that is fine. So what are under 18s then? Minors. That's why I use the term minors. They're telling me good things. Cute. How is this wall talking? I'm one with the wall. The wall is with me. Hi, Ouija. How you going? I feel like 30 was older in the 80s. Yeah, that's the thing is I've seen a few photos of like Betty White when she was 50 versus Jennifer Aniston 50. Like Jennifer Aniston looks very young and I don't know what it is. I think also that style can be a thing that makes someone look older or younger. So for example, this is so niche. I was looking up Julie Andrews as in Mary Poppins herself and in The King and I in particular, I think she's around my age. But she looks older. And I think a lot of that is to do with the hairstyling of the time. So trends are a big influence on what makes someone look older or younger. If I were sitting here dressed like a teenager, I think that a lot of people would assume that I am a teenager. But I just wear my dungarees. My attitude is top 1%. That's cute, Scott. I'm sorry to hear that you're homeless, though. Middle class by my clothes. There we go. Oh, wait, I'm a homeless Sorry, I misread. So Scott says, I'm a homeless 32-year-old if you look at my face, but middle class by my clothes and attitude is top 1%. Okay, I misread what that was. Anyway, anyhow. I feel silly now. Goes to show that I should go get some food. I'm new. Welcome on in. We were just talking about age and I guess people who just... The thing is, I think what I find curious is a lot of people just like to comment on a woman's looks in particular, but do you get that with men, like male content creators? And that is not me saying like men don't get it. That is actually, it's not a rhetorical question. I am asking if people are out there watching a lot of male content creators, do you see a lot of people who are like, oh my God, you look so old, or whatever. Maybe it's a different type of commentary on their looks if they are going to compliment on their looks or comment, sorry, not compliment. Anyhow, I hate the compliment where people say she looks so good for her age. Yes, it's so backhanded. I agree. She just looks good. It shouldn't be about her age. I 100% agree. I appreciate the fact I can be immature at any point in my life. I agree. I hate when people make me guess their age. I know, it's just, it shouldn't be a thing. It really shouldn't. And then they get offended and it's like, fuck's sake. Do you Hein baked beans? I don't know what that means, but I do eat baked beans, if that's what you mean. Hi, Knuckles! Hey, I'm actually live. No makeup? Yes, I don't wear makeup because it makes me feel like I want to claw my face off. Yeah, you can say they look good without mentioning age. Exactly right. What if it's 17 hours, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds? That says to me that you've been waiting for them to turn 18, and that's a reflection on you, and that's gross. That is, we all know that. What age did you plan on getting married? My parents weren't married, so marriage is not very important to me, and so I never plan on getting married, unless it will end up helping me with tax or something, I guess. But marriage is not something that's important, so I do not plan to get married whatsoever. I had a long-term partner for several years, and so I would compare our relationship to, like, we would have been married in another generation, I'm sure. But I think lifetime partners, you can find them at any age, really. I think the biggest thing for me as a expired woman is whether or not I will have kids, because there is still some biology involved in that. I'm not too fussed on whether or not I have kids, but I still have to decide if I do want kids, because that will now be a time-based thing. But it's kind of irrelevant unless I have someone to have kids with. I don't particularly want to be a single mother personally, so I have always thought that if I had kids, I'd probably go back to New Zealand, so I at least have my parents around me to help out. Anyhow, no, hey, but 29 is literally the edge of women's biological clock. As someone who is going through the biology, I can tell you that it is not. I can tell you that as someone who had to go to specialists to check what's going on with my body and check on things, that it is not 29. It's more like 32 to 35. Plus, we have modern medicine. Yes, it becomes harder for people to have children as they age, but with modern medicine, it is easier. And anyway, so the advice I've been given as a single woman is that should I be wanting children, that I could look at freezing my eggs at around 32 to 35. So there you go. There's some information. That is a and it is person to person. Exactly. That is a great point as well. That is a little information from me to you on my personal experience that I don't really like to talk about, but that was the advice that was given to me when I was trying to go and do some testing on some things that was happening to me. And they said that if I am not in a long-term relationship or trying to have kids at around 32 to 35, that's when I could consider freezing eggs. And that is from medical professionals rather than from random people on the internet, if that helps. Maybe you can turn it back on them and ask why they're insisting or not comfortable trying to give an answer. I have no idea about it. Yeah, exactly. People are weird about guessing ages. I totally agree. Okay. I don't hate makeup, but I don't want to see my bed in another man in my... I don't want to see in my bed another man... I don't know what this means, nonetheless. But yes, biology, you're right, that it doesn't matter how old you look, but you cannot assign that number to everyone. It varies from person to person as well. There are people who can't have children at 20. Biology, you're correct. It's their biology. And so someone who might be struggling to have kids, that could be a struggle at 22. Like, that is the thing, that it goes from one person to the next. That is my thought there. Sorry, guys, I am really, really far behind. There are male streamers. You look 38. Well, I hope I look good for 38 at least. Are you a Sigma? Probably not. I can't do a backflip, no. This isn't live, it's dead. I've not heard that one before. That's very funny. I hate people who just lie about their age and say they're younger or older. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. That's the thing. Women and men are marrying older because this generation made it so hard to get married. I'm not sure why you think that it's hard to get married. That's one that I would need more clarification on why you feel that way. We all have got to get our shit together versus we live in caves now. A person has to do stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it is that you're saying. So I guess my question to you, DJ Way, is why is it harder to get married? Did you see the guy that tries to look young by taking his son's blood plasma? That's weird. No, I don't know that one at all. I now realize how cyclic your chat is. Yeah, you got it. It's good to see you again, Besting Rich Face. Yeah, accent, hair, look, wall. It is very repetitive. Age and aesthetic. Isn't it ridiculous? I always looked well below my age. A problem when going out and people taking me seriously. Less bad now that I got called boy the other day. I'm a grown-ass woman. Yes, I think that's something that I've been noticing since live streaming on YouTube. Is that it is very cyclical, and I've been trying to figure out what I want to do in regards to that, because it is very repetitive and it's not really the kind of stuff that I like to harp on, but it does end up being the forefront of the conversations, and I'm like. Okay. No, 29 is not that expired, exactly. So much women in their 40s have kids like they're a woman 47. Yeah, that's the thing, is people in their 40s can have kids, but it is a fact, and I don't think we should ignore the facts that that it can be more difficult to get pregnant, to fall pregnant as one ages, but it shouldn't be... what's the word? I think that it's ridiculous to now say someone who is in their late 20s, early 30s are expired. And that's really what the point is. The reality is it shouldn't matter. Okay, so here we go. Let's really boil it down to a very, very simple thing. Does someone want to have kids? If they do not want to have kids, it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter. If they decide that kids are a priority, they're probably already going to be having kids. I know people who are like, I want kids, I want to be a mother, and they already are. They became a mother in their early 20s. Other people will find a lifetime partner and they will end up deciding that, or maybe not deciding, to have kids together. And that can happen at a young age, but that can also happen at a quote-unquote older age. And now that is up to them to decide how that works. Do they need to have intervention to assist with that? If that is a goal they want, then they will have that available to them. That is the beautiful thing about modern medicine. If a 38-year-old wants a kid, they can now have the access to modern medicine to try and help them have that child. So it doesn't aid anyone to now say, oh, well, you cannot have a kid biologically, or you're struggling to have a kid, if that person hasn't already decided if they want one or not. And then to now make an assumption that, well, if you keep putting it off, it's going to be harder and harder and harder. That is a decision in itself that they have made by not having children earlier. And so I think that is how I look at a lot of these things, is I am so aware about my own biology. I am increasingly aware of my own biology, because I have already been told that if I choose to have kids, I might struggle to have kids. And that is not because of my age. That is because of things that I am afflicted with. Sorry. Let me compose myself. That is not because of my age. That is because of something that has affected me. And therefore, again, that is my biology. That's just how I was born. Like, that is something that I've had. So things like PCOS, things like my brain is going mush. What's the very severe pain? The endo, thank you, endometriosis. There are so many things that make it hard for women to have babies that have nothing to do with age. And so for me, yes, endo is what I was thinking of. For me, if I end up wanting to have kids, I might struggle. I might not. I'm not trying to have kids right now. But I might struggle, and it's not going to be because of my age. And so I do find, I'm not surprised, see, Mama, it's rough. And so, lack of research into these things as well. And so it is ridiculous to now just put on the age as the only thing, because some people just fall pregnant very easily. Some people really struggle with that. And I think that we constantly palm it off on age, when it is so much more complex to that than that. How many couples are like, oh, we're trying for a baby, and then it takes them years, and they might be in their 20s. And people also talk about that, how it can be stress related that stops someone from falling pregnant easily. Yes, healthy babies and the ease of falling pregnant can decrease as one ages, but I think that it is a ridiculous notion to make it the only thing, and when it is so many factors involved. And on top of that, it doesn't feel good when people outside of the demographic that you are trying to put that on you, right? And so me, for example, like I said, am aware that there is a clock that is ticking away, and I will have to make some decisions. I will have to make some choices. Some of you guys will never, ever, ever, ever have to make those decisions. But if I hit 32 and I'm like, you know what? I want the opportunity to maybe have a kid one day, and I'm not in a long-term relationship right now to have that. Do I want to freeze my eggs to help with the chances of a healthy baby in the future? Those are choices that I will have to make, that so many people will not. And that is something, and why age should be considered, but for the people who need to consider it, not for some random guy on the internet who calls a woman expired. Anyway, and adoption is another option as well. In fact, I think a lot of people should adopt, because there are a lot of orphans out there. But I also think that it ignores a big part of, again, biology, that I do think that if we're talking about meaning of life, a lot of us are just trying to breed. Like, that's animals, right? Anywho, and getting your eggs frozen is no picnic. It's not easy. It's very, very invasive. It's a full like thing. Yeah. And then you have to pay for storage every single year. It is not an easy thing. Anyway, so hopefully you guys learned something today. I wasn't expecting to be so open, but I just felt like the opportunity arose. If you guys are new to the channel and you have asked, what the hell goes along here? This is what happens. We never know what we're going to talk about. That is conversation. Conversation flows from one topic to the next, and that's just what happens. And all I try to do and facilitate is to be as open and honest and vulnerable when the opportunity arises, to share experiences, because I am a big believer that it is so important to hear from other people and share those experiences and hopefully learn from them as well. So hopefully you guys did something, and now we can go back to talking about farts or whatever. You know what I mean? Okay. I am going to just scroll. I'm 100 messages behind, apparently. So I think that I might have to just accept that I might have to accept that I am not able to read these messages, unfortunately. As a 9-year relationship opted for not having kids, then the ethics did not exist in which I would, the environment would not exist in which I would raise kids. Yes, exactly. It was not met with a lot of understanding, but I completely would understand that as well. Egg freezing dono goal. Do you have trauma? Yes, I have a lot of trauma, but it's nothing to do with about wanting marriage. I'm not religious, and so marriage doesn't mean anything to me in that regard. And I grew up with parents who weren't married, and I had a great childhood. So it's not something that I feel is the indicator of a committed relationship. So marriage is, to me, a little bit like slapping a label onto something. I do understand people who might want to celebrate their love with other people, but for me, I'm much more of a quiet love, and all these kinds of things as well. A private love, I suppose. And so marriage is just not something that I hold a lot of value with. but a life partner is. I don't. I think that's the difference. Is I think that the idea of a life partner is something that I would love to have, but I'm also very realistic, recognizing high divorce rates in marriage, which also means the ability to split from people no matter what your age is. And so I know plenty of 40, 50-year-olds who've had kids, not had kids, but they end up separating later in life. And so I think in that case, I'm just more of a realist. So I just look at it like enjoying the time that I have with someone for as long as I have them. And with my ex, for example, we realized that that time had passed, and so we ultimately decided to split. I'm getting so emotional. But I still very much appreciate the time we did have. Thank you for the support, guys. Okay. I am 29 is how old I am. Girls don't want to be eaten out anymore. Who told you that nonsense? Oh my gosh. I only intend on marrying for tax evasion. Genuinely, I said that literally today as well. I think that a tax can be a reason for sure, but people do have, in the countries I've lived in, they have what is called, oh my god, my brain is mush today. Thank you. I appreciate the comment about appreciating the honesty. Oh my god. Guys, what's it called? Not when it's like de facto. De facto is the word. And so de facto basically acts as a marriage partner. So my ex and I were de facto, and so for tax purposes, the accountants would have to take both our incomes because they considered us basically because we were a couple. We were a couple without needing to be married. Some women are just merely self-conscious about their private parts, and that is actually a very good point. I can understand that. What's your favorite color? Orange. Who got called a boy? There was a boy. Sorry, that was besting Rich Face. Over on Twitch. Okay. I think all the people being concerned with women's ability to produce children, unless they are those women or their partner specifically to those women, should mind their own fucking business. Exactly. That yeah, 100%. And that's what I mean is so many people are like, well, women can't really have kids after 29. It's like, sorry, why are we talking about this? Yeah, the kiwi can live up to 50 years in the wild. I did not know that, but yes, I do know about the kiwi fruit. I don't plan on making it to 70, so I don't need kids. I've had 2 children and can't make up my mind if I want more or no more. There we go. Where does this idea come from? Expired come from? It's just a fertility thing, antiquated way of looking at fertility, I suppose. Just feel like you've got a lot more to give. You got your head screwed on. Thank you, Besting Rich Face. I really appreciate it. I just like any excuse to say your name as well. A list on the wall would be funny. Yes, it's a wall. Yes, I'm a ginger. No, I don't have a soul. Yes. Frequently asked questions should be right there. And I can just point at the wall. Yeah, genetics and how you care for yourself is absolutely a factor. I smoked, drank, and I did drugs since I was 13, and now that I quit, I feel better than ever. Congratulations. That would have been a very difficult journey for you, especially starting so young. So congratulations. And you know, it's hopefully you can keep feeling as good as you do now. It's harder to get married because marriage requires money. Yes, that I definitely understand. Yes, house and many stuff that takes years to get in this generation. Yes, this I agree with for sure. I am Kiwi. I have watched Hunt for the Wilder People. I love that movie. It was good fun. Okay, tomorrow's spaghetti and leather night at the old spaghetti factory. If only I knew the direction. What's the time in your country? It is 1:30. I should go get some food. I haven't eaten today. I wanted a child, but I got ostracized when they thought I wasn't able to take care of them. Oh my god, despite nothing ever happening, not going hungry or dirty, and love them. Oh my god, more than anything, she doesn't want it. Yeah, I do not envy parents, I'll tell you that. It must be very, very difficult. For sure. Marriage shouldn't be about the materialistic things in life. Yeah, 2 people who unconditionally love each other. And by that, I think that marriage is beautiful, and I understand sharing that with people. My sister got married, and her wedding was beautiful. But also, speaking of, she's now going through a divorce. So... But the point was that the wedding was gorgeous and beautiful, and it felt so nice to share the love at the time. time. It was so beautiful sharing the love. And so I'm still in contact with her soon with her still husband at the moment. And they're just working through things and figuring out what parenting will look like and whatnot. But they're separated, I guess. But anyway, my point is that yes, people can unconditionally love each other in a moment, and then years later, it's no longer the same. But it still can be beautiful to celebrate that in the moment. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm catching up. I know that there are a lot of messages that I'm not reading. I'm just trying to keep it a little bit more on topic because I know how far behind I am. You seem nice, thank you, Pancake. I appreciate it. The thing is, like, as you can tell, like, I did get emotional, but I look at emotion as something that comes and goes in waves. Happiness, sadness, anger, these things come and go in waves, and I think that I will never be able to stop myself from having those vulnerable moments, and so I just try to look at it as it's okay to be vulnerable. And as you can see, I can come back from that as well. And I think that that is something that I hold in my, I guess, if I were to try and be a role model in any way, that is something that I try to at least lead by example, is you can have a moment of vulnerability and you can still have strength in that by being able to let it come, let it wash over you, and let it pass. And now we can just hang out, you know? I have a friend with PCOS. If you guys are curious, PCOS is what I have as well. It's was something that I was going through and checking last year and going to appointments for. So that's what I have as well. I am only emotional about it because I haven't spoken about it online. This is the first time that I've admitted to it live. So it's just a little bit scary to say those things out loud. But yeah, that's what I have. So it sucks, but I'm hoping that it won't affect me too much. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. Anyway, like I said before, we can be vulnerable and we can move on, and that's okay. Oh, yeah, some people don't want kids, that's fine. Some can't, that's also fine. We need to stop caring about others' choices so much. Amen. I'm infertile because I got kicked really hard. Ouch. Oh my god. Ow. And that must have been super hard if it caused infertility. Don't kick people in the nuts. Vincent is exactly the example of why I personally don't want a kid. And yeah, I think that a lot of people also praise this idea because so there are a lot of people who think that we're overpopulated. I am not a believer of this idea. I think that we hoard resources rather than being overpopulated. I think it's like a greed aspect rather than too many people. But to the people who do think there are too many people, they're probably thanking you for not having children. I don't know why I went on that whole rant for people of an idea that I don't believe in, but nonetheless. Oh, Scott, I'm so sorry to hear about your daughter. That's tough. I don't have any advice. I cannot put myself in your situation. All I can say is that I understand why you would feel that you feel very dark if your kid is struggling to feel the love that you so clearly have. Yeah. I like I said, I don't have any advice. That really sucks. Oh, no longer have kids because of your treatment from Raven. Yeah, we won't be the only person there as well. You could donate them if you decide you don't want kids, right? Yeah, for the eggs, exactly right. It's donation. You can't sell eggs in Australia. I learned that, and I don't think you can sell them in New Zealand either. But I wouldn't need to sell them. I would probably donate them as well. Okay, took months to get pregnant from as an only worked when I stopped obsessively tracking and timing. There we go. Yeah, that's stress, right? Oh, I'm not British, by the way, Brosley, if you're still here. I am not British. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be, exactly. Oh, you guys answered. I think one of the reasons why I'm struggling to keep up with chat is because when I'm scrolling, it kind of just randomly jumps down to the beginning again. So it is... So when I go back to try and read something, then I end up stuck there. And so that's another reason why I end up getting stuck as well. Do we have an estimate on when you'll be able to get your desk set up and play some video games? Yes, May. I decided that I will not play any video games until May. So watch the space. I still don't know. I still don't know what I'm gonna play, but in May is when I'm gonna play games again. Hi, Avalon, by the way. Yeah, it's to do with pregnancy, misogyny, and health issues is where the expire thing comes from. Props for clever. Yeah, I really should be hopping off and going to get some food, but nonetheless. Okay, another question to ask is how will the other person to not just fit in your current life, but also your future life, even if your age is not equal, age is just a number. Age is a consideration depend on goals in life, in possibly just 20 years in a happy and comfortable relationship, better or worse than struggling to find that perfect age. Yeah, and so I can understand that if you're dating someone a little bit older than you, you might end up having to be a carer for them, and etc. But again, communication within that relationship. I just don't think you've met the right one. Oh, God. Look, that's the problem, right? I think that a few generations ago, me and my ex probably would have had kids, like gotten married and have kids, because that would be what was kind of expected. And that's another beautiful thing about our modern age, right? Is that we don't have to live up to these expectations. We can find our happiness as an individual rather than just contributing blindly to what we are told to, right? De facto, yeah, there we go. Oh my God. Okay, it's a privilege to have someone on the internet so open and vulnerable. Thank you, thank you. De facto is no formal process, that's one. Women can't reproduce past 29. My honest answer, where the fuck did you study biology in a basement? Well, it's not that they can't reproduce was their argument. Their argument was that it's harder to, and I do understand that. A whiteboard with FAQs on it would be perfect. Yeah, I think it might be necessary, right? My mum was pushing 40 when she had me, but it's nearly a month prem, and so ended up being massive despite the nerve. There we go, Fooly. Oh, I can't delete this. Sorry, guys. There we go. Unfortunately, that is not a mod issue. That is a bot issue. I'll just cut that out of the live stream. That's fine. Sorry, guys. The less you spend on a wedding, the higher chance for a longer marriage. Same goes if you have lots of guests, so the best chance is a cheap wedding with lots of people. There we go. You're very resilient. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Sorry, I was catching. Yeah, that's a multi-chat thing. The mods have deleted it on their end. Don't get me wrong. The mods, like, they're doing a fantastic job. The problem is that my multi-chat and how Twitch and YouTube speak to the multi-chat, it's not deleting YouTube messages, unfortunately. So I do apologize, guys. That's on my that's on me for not being on top of the multi-chat, because although the mods are great at managing the live chat, this is my job, and I do apologize. Okie dokie. Okay, where was the oh, Squeeze, yeah, thank you. Thank you for checking in. No, you're fine. It's just, you know, when someone gets upset, it's harder to, like, not immediately get upset if you're already on this what's it called? Narrow thread, I suppose. And so I am okay. It's just, yeah, touchy subject. We were just talking about very vulnerable things. But nonetheless, yes, 9 foxes upset me from doing such a phenomenal job is what they are. So are you still going to Pound Town? Well, how else am I going to have a child before 30 years old, obviously? Obviously. Oh, no, it's not so much that someone specifically upset me. It's that I was just talking about something I hadn't spoken about live before. That's all. That's all. Anyhow, you can't be at 2 places at once. We're learning. We're learning. There we go. Okay. I think I will go to the cafe today. I think a walk will do me well. All right. All right. I will call it there, because that way I can just kind of cut off the end of my Pound Town. I only have euros. Hilarious. I can just cut off the end of the VOD. But nonetheless, I will go say hi to the hot barista. I haven't been back to the cafe that has the hot barista, but nonetheless, thank you, Kiwi man, thank you. Anyway, guys, I will go have some food because it's been 4.5 hours. I was never planning to stream this long, but thank you for turning up. Thank you for the conversations today. I hope that you guys were able to learn something, and even if that is just having some empathy and expanding your worldview, that's all I really try to do around here. If you're in the Discord, let me know how you guys felt about not reading all of the messages. We're still learning. Let me know about your thoughts on the multi-streaming as well. The mods and I chat about it, but it's still good to get your feedback too. Why would you go from us to UK? Everyone asks me that. The reason is because I want to be in Europe. So I want to travel Europe is the answer, Squeeze, and Europe is a lot closer to Australia. I'd much prefer to spend $50 on a flight than $2,500. Thank you very much. That is my thought process. Diz on the hot barista, you all yours, all yours. She was very, very pretty. I'll tell you that though. No, different cafe to the D&D barista. So not the same one. Alpaca actually sent me a message, see mama. So they just messaged me to check in and see how I'm going, which is really sweet. So we're still in contact at least. Anyway, so again, I just want to say a big thank you to the conversations. Thank you for your understanding and patience. Thanks for the silliness. Thanks for the vulnerability. If you guys have been enjoying yourself, consider following, consider subscribing. If you've missed the VOD, it is available. I'll just try and I'll probably unpublish the Twitch one. And so if you guys want to watch the VOD, it's over on YouTube. And if you want to watch me play some games, follow Xclem Plays. I need to upload my final Oblivion VOD that was hanging around from December or something. And we'll be back on games in May. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to take some time off just to recuperate. But I will be in the Discord. So if you guys want to share anything in the Discord, check out there. Thank you for coming, everyone. Thank you, Squeeze. Yeah. Anyway, so I will. I'll see you guys not tomorrow, but I'll see you the day after. And I really appreciate you guys just turning up and taking a chance on the channel, whether that was today, whether that was a couple days ago, whether that was a couple years ago. Thank you for the ongoing support. And joining me in this new journey where I think we're learning, and we're trying to just figure out how things look for us, hey? But nonetheless, very much appreciated. Much love, everyone. And what's the sign off? I'm done now. No raid. So I'm done now. Bye.